Strap in, because this is gonna be my longest video yet where I explain every single official information in Grand Theft Auto 6. So no leaks or rumors or speculation, everything is official. There will be timestamps in the description. We'll be comparing every trailer, overanalyzing every trailer, looking at the screenshots, looking at all the locations, and it's gonna be a great time. So if you want to get hyped and you want to spend a lot of time watching Grand Theft Auto 6 content, this is the place for you. So let's get started. I'm gonna be explaining all the characters that have been updated, all the places that look way better now, and even what might have been gameplay in trailer 1 now that we know that trailer 2 was captured on the PS5, because trailer 1 also may have had some gameplay parts. Everything about that we will cover in this video. Let's go. So the beginning shot of trailer 1 really looks like the ending shot of trailer 2, with the same sunset showing Vice City in the background in a silhouette type way with a bridge and cars driving over it. The main difference that's very clear for you to notice is that trailer 1 had more of a pink, iconic, purple-ish sky, where in trailer 2 it's more a literal golden hour. Now, is this because trailer 1 has the sun rising and trailer 2 has the sun setting? It clearly is an aesthetic choice, but I would love to see that trailer 1 sky and overall look in the eventual game, maybe even more than this trailer 2 shot right here. Now the second shot shows the prison fence, and you can see all the detail there on the little spikes above the fence. And if you go to trailer 2, again, that pink hue is gone, and we're more like in the middle of the day right here. But you can see that those little details on the spikes from trailer 1 are gone in trailer 2, and it looks way more clean. Now, is that because this is a different side of the prison? Is everything cleaned up? Is there an in-universe explanation for this? Or did they just remove the details, just like in GTA 5 there was a lot of foliage in the trailer of GTA 5, and then they removed it because it was too much for the PS3 to handle. This is just a little nitpick, but it might have been that they have prioritized some details to be removed for the game to run smoother and put more details into other more important things. Is that something that you would mind with such minor details being removed? Let me know in the comments. Now here we have the very first iconic shot of Lucia sitting in the prison cell. And what we know now is that even within prison, Lucia can change her hairstyle like this. We know that the story with Lucia and Jason starts separately because Jason is out of prison now, while Lucia is in prison and going on parole. So that will be the introduction and first couple of missions. And here we see Stephanie, who we have not seen ever since. The closest that we get is the prison guard that Jason is talking to when picking up Lucia as she gets out of prison. And you can also see that this little printer right here is the exact same printer as this one all the way back there in the prison guard shot. Fun little detail. Now the first thing about the Vice City big sweeping drone shot is this cool little boat. Now in the screenshot we have all sorts of boats. Really reminds me of this jet ski shot in the trailer with Jason and Lucia, looking very good. And we know obviously with Miami that boats are gonna be an amazing thing with a lot of details, even in the interiors, as you can see with this shot featuring Raul Batista, one of the characters in GTA 6. And then we pan up, showing more of the animals in the sea. Now in terms of animal life, there is only one screenshot that we can see underwater, which has a cool little sea turtle, some sea snakes. I'm not really too familiar with fish and stuff, so let me know what kind of animals these are. But it looks very crowded. It's a very busy sea life right there, and I love that you can go snorkeling and look at the sea life. It's gonna be so good in first person as well. I'm really looking forward to it. And just look at their light rays right there. This is obviously not on the beach. This is somewhere else in the map. But yeah, it's super nice. Panning up to the actual beach, you can see that there's a lot of people on that beach. And In this screenshot, you can see that the sun is setting, but the beach is a lot more empty. There are a lot of people chilling down there on the pool, so maybe this is just a smart way of allocating the amount of NPCs. It could also be that this is just a random Tuesday through the week, and that the game actually knows what day it is, which we'll get to later in the video, and that's why there's not that many people on the beach. It's just during a work day. It's not in the weekend where it's super full on the beach. And in terms of the skyline of Vice City, all the way at the other side of Vice City, this is what it looks like right there. And you see just how ginormous this whole map is. It's absolutely insane. I could not identify this building, so let me know in the comments where this is. The mapping project will figure it out. This hovercraft scene is so good because we've learned so much from the hovercraft. And by the way, thank you for 81 members on my membership gifted by Sad Life for 20. If you want to be a member as well, you can join and your name will be in the video as well. Also, please subscribe. I'm trying to get to 5 bazillion, trizillion, gazillion subscribers. Let's get back to the video. Where in this shot with the buzzard flying and Jason along with Brian are chasing this guy in the grass rivers. Because I don't know why, we'll find out when playing the game. You can see that trailer 1 was kind of just teasing what that thing was about. In trailer 2, you can actually see the foam details in the water because of the sailing, as well as that ventilator on the hovercraft shooting out all that mist and fog and little particles, which is really cool to see, along with obviously the water wrinkles in the water because the sailing is distorting the water. Now this in trailer 1 was the largest, animal scene there is up until this point. Along with trailer 2, we haven't seen more animals in one place than this shot, and here are some more animals left and right here and there, but it's still really impressive even 2 years ago. Now the beach scene just shows how much more details NPCs have gotten since trailer 1, because here you can see these old people having all kinds of wrinkles and even surgery scars on their bodies. You can see from the white fat dude on the left just chilling with his metal detector that you can get sunburns, but, and you probably have not noticed this, next to the grandpa you have that old lady and she has a hat on and her shoulders are not sunburned, but her arm is. So that's a dope detail that if you wear a hat, you don't have to worry about your shoulders getting burnt. You can also see some more activities on the back right there, with these people throwing a football at each other. And overall, everything looks super cool. This next shot with the boat at Vice City Port, you can actually see it in the back here at night, which looks very nice. And also, do you see this bridge right here with this beautiful basketball stadium? Well, that's actually the very next shot in the trailer that came out in 2023, where Lucia is in the car with Jason, putting her hands up, driving into Vice City. And if you look at Lucia's dress, she actually has the same dress that has been updated significantly in trailer 2, where you can see all the beautiful lighting effects. And apparently she really loves this dress because it keeps coming back in trailer 2 a lot of times. And as well as this screenshot right here. And what I love about it is the girl on the left's hair. It's so detailed that this is this crazy hairstyle right there. Super nice. Then we have this shot showing all the car customization, and this pink car looks a little bit, it's not the same, but a little bit like this blue car right here in Perel, which is the location, which you can read from every pole that's holding this bridge up. Then we have this strip club with Make It Rain Mondays And as I talked about earlier, you're gonna have different days and weeks and a whole calendar in GTA 6, because in trailer 2 you have sinful Sundays, further suggesting that the game knows what day it is and is gonna act accordingly. So the map will completely change every day, which is absolutely crazy. And the pole dancers have improved significantly, as well as the booty jiggle physics, of course. Then we have, in my opinion, the most crazy and mind-blowing makeover of characters ever in the history between trailers, because in trailer 1, this dude on the left looks pretty cool. I love his hairstyle, but it actually changes in the screenshot of Grand Theft Auto 6, where the dude on the right is the same exact guy. You can see it because he wears the exact same chains and the exact same white clothes. Especially that symbol right there on the chain is exactly the same as the other one in trailer 1. Now the dude in trailer 1 that is bald wearing that bandana, I'm not sure if that is also the guy on the left here at the screenshot. We don't really know. We also don't know if the guy on the right is actually Dre or like another character, so let me know who you think these characters are. Now this is still one of the most impressive shots in all of trailer 1. And again, it does remind me of this shot right here, with just Vice City in the night, and man, it's unbelievable how much they're able to pack into this game. Now this place is called Ocean Beach, which looks very cool, but now it has been updated. Having a closer look here, you can see that the neon is much more bright, and you can even see little details like the phone screen glowing light if it's darker. And I just love how the police cop on the left just wants that girl to get off of the car. He probably sees this 10 times a night. Poor guy. Here we have a regular club of people just partying right here. Now the closest I've gotten to this is this, but it's not really close because there's a lot of, you know, booty in here and haram stuff, so let's just move on. Now this right here is shown a lot of times actually. This plane is Cal Hampton's plane. As you can see in the artwork of him, the plane is there in the background, suggesting that it's his. It really looks a lot like this screenshot right here with the same plane. And the camera is basically rotated to the other side to see Vice City. And you can just see how big it is. And this is obviously where Jason lives. Now this is confirmed to be Lucia because she is wearing the same earrings literally everywhere, in every screenshot, even in the artwork where Jason and Lucia are in the motel. So yeah, this is definitely Lucia, the balcony girl. And I did make a video about it before all of this new content came out, so I was right. And you were wrong. Nah, no, just kidding. Here we got the Vice City sign, which as you can see has the same stains and imperfections as trailer 1. And you can also see the city part of the Vice City sign. And I'm really glad that they put this in there because the Vinewood sign in GTA 5 was always really iconic, and this one will be equally iconic as well. Now here, more boat parties, which reminds me of what we've seen before with Lucia and Jason on the jet ski and all the other boats in the screenshots. Here we have a preview of the foliage, which is confirmed to be this dense. As you can see in one of the opening shots where Jason is talking to Brian in the background, you see a lot of foliage around those houses. And I think that this, I'm not sure, but I think it's the Leonida Keys. And I almost forgot about this official poach that is there trying to get out alligators because they're chilling in the pools. Then we have this twerking on the car type girl. Well, she does not unfortunately make a return, but to be honest, this might be Roxy from The Real Dimes, which I'm not really sure of because in the next shot we can actually see what The Real Dimes used to be. And if you look at them now, they have changed significantly, just like the other dude we saw previously in a video. And they look really good. They have much more character to themselves, I feel like. And I can't wait to see how obnoxious these characters are gonna be. Then we have another alligator in the store, which we know alligators are gonna be a huge thing. And then we have this body cam footage, which is more alluded to in the second trailer of GTA 6, where you have this whole mystery cop doing his thing, which we don't know much about. And it's kind of fun that Rockstar keeps this as a secret. Then we have the gas station guy running, which shows that there is a lot of fat dudes and crazy dudes, which is confirmed with all the new content. Then we got this shot where the guy is grabbing his crotch in the middle of the road, and in the background you can see the intersection right there, which if you look at this shot with Jason right here in the background, you have that same intersection, which will be very helpful for the GTA 6 mapping project community. Then you have this guy with the hair, and we don't know still who this is. Maybe just a random NPC. Just like this guy, we don't know who this is, but we do know who these people are, because they are chilling out in Port Gelhorn in this screenshot right here. And I first thought it was this lady in front right here, but actually I do think it's the lady sitting down a little bit more to the right, because she has her head facing backwards, just like in the first trailer of GTA 6. Then we have this Karen, and I do think that she is actually Lori, the third wife of Brian, and maybe something bad happens to her and she goes crazy. We don't know. Maybe she's always crazy, that's kind of her thing in the game, but we'll have to wait and see. Then we have a big party again. I think this is Port Gelhorn with the Thrillbilly Mud Club. And here is that gameplay shot I talked about, which might be captured in engine, where Jason is driving. And Jason also looks significantly different. He doesn't really look worse, he just looks very different, more innocent, more worried about stuff. And of course in trailer 2, instantly we know that Jason is a big, giant badass. We also have a shot of Lucia, and again she still looks very detailed, but a little different than in trailer 2. Not worse, but just different. Now this shot we have not really seen anything else about. It shows the car destruction, which is also shown in this grenade launcher scene with the explosion. And we've also not seen this guy anymore. So what about him? Then we have this shot right here, which is the same kind of ride out session people are having in this screenshot right here. We got this fat dude right here, who I think in trailer 2 is this guy, and he's Dre's friend. Dre obviously being the record label owner of Only Raw Records, where the Real Dimes is signed with, which explains why in trailer 1 he has this music equipment and records right there in the back of the truck. Then we have Jason and Lucia, and they do have the same clothes on as here, where they are fleeing from the police, jumping out of that window and building, dropping down a long way, which I wonder what that's all about. You got this beautiful car driving right here, which in trailer 2 is the same car in the ending shot driving into the sunset. Then you have Trust right here, which in trailer 2 is the same location as here, where Lucia jumps into Jason's hands. And then we have the ending shot. This is gameplay, this as well as this and this. What? Apparently it wasn't enough to put captured on PS5 at the end of trailer 2, because RockstarGames had to reiterate that trailer 2 has basically half gameplay and half cutscenes, which is crazy. So this is why I had to make a separate video going through the trailer again, counting what's gameplay and cutscenes, and with the gameplay, the mechanics that come from that and what we can do as a playable character. The reason that this all looks so cinematic is because this is the newest version of the Rockstar editor, which is returning from Grand Theft Auto 4 and 5. And this also means that you could make an exact replica of trailer 2 and trailer 1 once Grand Theft Auto 6 comes out. So let's get into the breakdown. And yes, I do think that this opening shot is actually gameplay, where the Rockstar editor is just placing the camera high above the Leonida Keys so we can see this beautiful town. I think everything that's happening here is just random NPCs doing random stuff, just going about their day. Now this one is a difficult one because it might even be gameplay and not a cutscene, because there are missions that are little mini game type missions where basically in this scenario Jason would go in the house and you would play as Jason and just find a tool bag. Then you would go outside the house, you would place the stairs right there, the wooden stairs, go up that wooden stairs onto the roof, and you would kind of fix these leaks yourself as Jason. That could be gameplay, but right now I am going to classify this as a cutscene. Now Brian here approaching Jason is obviously a mission cutscene. Again, unless there are real-time dialogue options that you can do and you're kind of looking over Jason's shoulder, but I'm gonna consider this a cutscene. Jason walking down the stairs, obviously a cutscene. Brian here talking is also a cutscene, I think, but this is the curious thing because as you can see you have that raccoon in the background, and I know that that is a live event that can happen anywhere, which happens in real time in gameplay. So is this actually gameplay like I said before? Let me know in the comments. This shot and also this shot is also cutscene, and then here you have a cutscene going into gameplay, and it's almost unfathomable, literally unbelievable that it looks this good. Jason driving down with the girl screaming at him is gameplay, I think. And also this whole little sequence of Jason slapping this guy taking the money out of the register is probably gameplay. This is definitely gameplay because it's a first person shot, and something that I didn't tell you in my 1 hour analysis is that if you look at the thumb of Jason, you can actually see that he's kind of tapping to the music, which is a nice little detail, and I absolutely love that. But just look, if this is actual gameplay, man, how much were they able to get out of that PS5? It's insane. Now this is my favorite. Okay, I'm gonna call this gameplay, and this would confirm the mechanic of gaining weight, gaining muscle, going to the gym, making sure your body is fit, and if you don't do it and you go and eat a lot, then Jason would get fat. That's my little theory right here. It's gonna be absolutely wild. Oh my god. Now this is actually one of the most interesting shots because I think this is gameplay, and if it is, then what else can you purchase in terms of items in this store? Maybe it's a one-time mission thing where you just have a scripted event that Jason purchases something, but if you can actually go and purchase anything in a store like this, just like you can purchase clothing stores where in GTA 5 you just walk up to a certain piece of clothing and you could look at it and purchase it, then how much can you buy? Can you buy every vegetable and every little item that's in this store? And if you cannot only rob a store but also purchase anything that's in there from that, how many stores with how many items will there be? So maybe that mechanic is a little bit unrealistic that you can buy everything from the store, but I do still think that this is gameplay. Here's another first person shot, kind of first person, you're next to Jason, which might actually be a cinematic camera instead of the Rockstar editor, where you don't have to record anything, you just push one button and it gives you all sorts of camera angles to choose from, this being one of them, showing how detailed all the NPC interactions are gonna be between the NPCs and the police, how realistic they look, the way they go about things. So yeah, gameplay. I think this prison shot is actually made in the Rockstar editor, so I'm gonna consider this, it's kind of half gameplay but half cutscene, because if you make a cutscene in a Rockstar editor, it's technically gameplay, right? It's not a pre-animated thing, so I'm gonna consider this gameplay as well. Jason talking to the prison guard is obviously a cutscene, although with this over-the-shoulder kind of look, it really does look like gameplay, but Rockstar is famous, especially with GTA 5, for this handheld kind of run-and-gun camera type cinematography. And this whole little sequence of Lucia walking out of prison, Jason and Lucia saying hey for the first time, definitely a cutscene as well. So that's 3 cutscenes right there. Smooching is a cutscene. I don't think it's gonna be a hot coffee game mechanic. Now this is interesting. I actually think that this is gameplay with Lucia holding that MP5 robbing the bank. I think this is gameplay, which just shows how smooth all the animations are. And I also think this is gameplay, where the camera angle has just changed inside the Rockstar editor. We do know that while aiming, you can change where the camera is in terms of the shoulder side. So you can go to the left shoulder and you can click and go to the right shoulder. So that's a little mechanic right there. Jason here grabbing that guy, also gameplay in my opinion, which goes to show that I think that there's an interaction menu where you can just choose to do that, along with different other actions that you can take. Smooching, cutscene. These following 4 shots of Jason and Lucia at the bar and chilling out, that's all cutscenes. Now these 2 shots I think is actually gameplay, where they use the Rockstar editor to just make it a little bit more cinematic with the camera angle. Lucia doing community service, I think is gonna be a gameplay mechanic, just showing how boring it is. Kind of like Franklin in GTA 5 having to do that truck mission where you repo these cars. Just a humble beginnings, boring mission that they put in there on purpose so that the rest of the game is gonna be way more exciting. Lucia in the house that Jason has been working on is obviously a cutscene. These 3 shots I think are also a cutscene. I think this golden dress booty shot is actually gameplay, and then the other shot where Lucia is doing a little 360, that's a cutscene, so you walk into the cutscene. Jason talking to Lucia in the car is a cutscene. Holding hands, we don't know if this is a cutscene or gameplay. I'm gonna go ahead and say that it's a cutscene just because it's such a kind of cinematic, iconic shot. And here it starts to get difficult. I think this is gonna be a gameplay part where you play as Jason and Lucia is just very excited, because I don't see that if you play as Lucia you're gonna be making these exciting body motions. This might be gameplay as well, where it's a little bit of a dancing mini game, because it's Vice City, there's plenty of clubs, there must be a dancing mini game. It's been in GTA 4, so it might be a returning feature, and now you can actually dance together, which is crazy, reiterating that there might be a co-op mode, which I'll make a separate video about by the end of tomorrow. These gangsters standing up, probably a cutscene where Dre has just toured Jason and Lucia inside the Jack of Hearts strip club to the back rooms and discuss new business opportunities, and all these characters don't really start off on the right foot. Same with this one, also a cutscene, which one of my favorite shots, looks absolutely amazing with the lighting and the way these faces look. They look really mad. Really intimidating. So yeah, this is another one where I think it might be gameplay, man, might be gameplay. So I'm gonna count this one and this one as gameplay, which would mean that you can actually like free run, you can actually climb things, climb buildings, which, oh man, that would open up a whole Pandora's box if you could do that in terms of gameplay. How many advanced, like, it's gonna be a million like infinite things that you can do. Every person will have a completely different gameplay experience with this game if that were to be true, along with every other kind of game mechanic that we've gathered from this video. Then here it is a cutscene, and this is also getting difficult. Are we getting a third protagonist? Because who are these people and where does this come from, this whole scene? So a person watching my last video called Juan said, I think one of the key things to note that I haven't heard anyone else mention is that cutscenes in GTA games pretty much always involve a playable character. So in this case it must be Jason or Lucia. They start when your character enters a mission area. So the question is, which playable character is present in a room during the cop cutscene when the unidentified cop antagonist is speaking? Because unless someone is present there, then how are we seeing this? I assume that either Jason or Lucia must be in the room, unless there is other playable characters that Rockstar is hiding from us. And that is kind of the thing that I was thinking as well. Who are we following here? And why is this scene playing in the first place? So I'm gonna be bold here and say this is gameplay, and this might also be gameplay, just a guy walking around. And him saying, us cops, we gotta protect each other, that's gonna be a cutscene. Now here with Jason out of the car, that's definitely gameplay right there. Bay Lux, one half of the Real Dimes, saying bra bra bra. Definitely a cutscene, my favorite part of the trailer. Lucia and Jason dancing, I think it's gameplay. Jason throwing the guy at the car, gameplay, and Lucia fighting is also gonna be gameplay, which I'm really excited for, to go and cage fight. Jason saying we got this, and then Lucia also saying we got this, those two are cutscene shots. Big old explosion. I cannot believe this is gameplay. I'm classifying this as gameplay, saying fun has no borders at the left right there, which is very true. And man, it's just so amazing that the big truck on the left is way heavier because it's armored. Thus, it doesn't fly like the other regular police cars. Insane detail. And you already know if we're getting a 6-star wanted level, you're gonna want to get into one of these armored trucks because now they're actually not only bulletproof but also explosion proof. And just look at the damage of these cars. We need to break down this shot alone in one whole video, man. It's really exciting. This reaction shot of Dre and Jason, I'm gonna classify as a cutscene just because it's probably a reaction to something they see within the story that spawns a mission. Maybe Lucia shared something or somebody shared something with them via the What Up WhatsApp app, and they have to go and save somebody or whatever. However, this could equally be a gameplay part. This is, I think, also gameplay, where it's one of those half-halves where it's a pre-animated part of the gameplay, but it's still gameplay. Because I think it's gonna be like a quick time event type thing. GTA has never really had that, but it might be introduced in this one. The one at the bottom right there is actually Lucia, as we know from our breakdown from yesterday. And I have the feeling that that other girl is gonna be thrown off the plane, and that's gonna be the end of her little story arc right there. Also, I would love to throw people in plane engines like Syndrome in The Incredibles. This Fast and Furious 5 vault shot, definitely gameplay. Yeah, I'm really excited. Another smooching session, cutscene. This is also gonna be a cutscene, I think, where they're taking a selfie. Maybe it's gameplay, could equally be, but I'm gonna classify it as a cutscene. These car shots, I think, is just gameplay, man. As well as these people dancing on the roofs, also gameplay, I think. Inside this club, I also think it's gameplay. And I think here it is a cutscene where Jason is just chilling out and Lucia is coming inside. These two shots are gameplay, I think, with the chopper. Really fun to go and see how it will fly and how it's improved from the previous games. Jason and Lucia jet skiing right there, also gameplay. We know that jet skis are a thing in Grand Theft Auto 5, so yeah, it's returning in GTA 6. Jason on a motorcycle with Cal's plane flying by, I think it's gameplay. These two shots of, it might be Jason, might be Lucia getting into this truck here to steal this car is probably gameplay as well, so two gameplay shots. Jason and Lucia smooching, cutscene. Shooting off of a boat is probably gameplay, just a wanted level free roam thing. Jason on the motorcycle, probably gameplay, as well as him jumping on the back of Lucia's car, also gameplay. Cal doing his funny little line, probably a cutscene. And then here we have gameplay again, because it's just them driving towards Vice City. Now that we've done every single shot, we can make an assessment of how much percent was gameplay and cutscene. We have 42 gameplay shots according to my analysis and 36 cutscene shots. So that means that gameplay is 53, almost 54% of the GTA 6 second trailer, proving that Rockstar was actually saying the truth when reiterating in the tweet that the trailer is half gameplay. People are picking apart every single detail of Grand Theft Auto 6, such as this screenshot, and they actually think that on the left side, the guy on the bicycle, not walking a dog, but I guess biking a dog, if that's a thing, he has flip-flops on, and there's fans thinking it's a glitch that those flip-flops are under those pedals, but it's actually a feature. It's not a glitch at all, it's realism. A lot of people do that because otherwise the flip-flops are gonna slip away very easily. This is just one of the many things people thought was a glitch, but it's actually a realism feature within GTA 6, and that's also the case with this shot right here where Jason is driving the car and the girl in the pink saying, "Hey Jason," with a little cute dog that she's holding right there. If you look closely at Jason's hand grabbing the steering wheel, you see that the steering wheel isn't attached directly to his hands. His hands are kind of floating over it, and that's not a bug, that's actually a realism feature, because if you drive your car in real life, your hands are not glued to the wheel. You just kind of move them. Maybe you go from the sides of the wheel to one hand, the left hand grabbing the top of the wheel. Or as you can see in this screenshot in Little Haiti, Jason has his right hand on the wheel and his left hand is actually just chilling out there with the window down as he's driving. And if we're gonna talk about cars, you see the pickup truck in this shot right here with the jet ski behind it. If you look very closely, you see that the pickup truck is trying to go to the right, but then fastly goes back to the left. And people actually thought that this was a error, this was a glitch, but in fact, the AI of the cars and the traffic system is gonna be so advanced that these NPCs are gonna go and try to switch lanes and then realize that there's actually a car next to him, but there's a little dead zone spot when you're driving the car, so you can't really see it that well, and then you realize maybe a little bit too late that you've been starting to switch lanes and you go back to the original lane. And that's just a mind-blowing detail to me. Super cool. And I really wonder how traffic will be in Grand Theft Auto 6 if you're actually driving, because it might just be that some people are just gonna drive into you because they're bad drivers. Maybe every NPC in the game is coded to have a certain driving skill. We don't know, but we'll see. In this shot with Jason holding this beautiful gun, you can see in the background Vice City and this beautiful intersection right there. But there's a lot of confusion about this shot because a lot of people at first glance, and later they realize it's Vice City, but at first glance they think it's Los Santos. Some people literally think, oh man, San Andreas is gonna be back in GTA 6 and there's gonna be different islands, only to realize when they look a little bit closer that, oh no, this is actually GTA 6 and Vice City. But why is it that people feel like this looks so much like Los Santos downtown? Well, it's actually probably because, first of all, this intersection is kind of the same as in GTA 5, but also the light right there on the building kind of resembles the same kind of light on this building in GTA 5. And if you've played the game for 12 years and you're really familiar with this city, then it might look very recognizable to you as a similar downtown than GTA 5. Well, if you look at other screenshots like this one with the Ferris wheel and everything else, you quickly realize, oh no, this is a whole different city. Especially looking at this one at bright daylight, yeah, it's completely different. And I'm so excited to just drive everywhere around. It's gonna be so cool. And by the way, thank you to Sad Life for these 81 gifted memberships, along with himself becoming a member. And if you want to join and become a member as well, be in this video, then consider joining. And if you haven't subscribed yet, I'm trying to get to 4 trillion bazillion gazillion subscribers by tomorrow. If there is a mistake you found, comment down below under the like button. Let's get back to the video. In this shot where Jason is kind of shoving or punching this guy into a car, you can see in the background one of the first shots of a car on fire. But hold up, wait a minute, it's actually not the car that is on fire. A lot of people think it's the car, but if you look very close, it's actually a building behind the car. Now the car is looking damaged and it is black, so you think that the fire emitted all of the ash that ended up going on the car and that's why it's black. But it's actually a car that probably just crashed, but something else is on fire behind it. And Jason is a little bit mad about the whole situation, so he's gonna take out his anger on this poor guy. Or maybe he deserved it, we don't know. And I have a feeling that my little thing right here is gonna spark a debate, so let's just discuss in the comments. Do you think it's the car on fire or do you think it's the building behind it? Because if the car is not on fire, then we haven't seen any cars on fire. In this grenade launcher shot, you see that there is an explosion, but you don't see that the car is actually on fire. So go ahead and discuss, because that's one of the most fun things GTA fans will do, pick apart every single thing. That's why you're here. There's also people thinking this doorbell right here in the shot where people actually think that it goes from a cutscene into a gameplay part where Jason walks into the house. This doorbell is actually not attached to anything. Now people thought that it was a bug, like a glitch, like oversight, but what's actually going on is that it is a part of the story. This building is not ready yet. In the story, Brian gifts this house to Jason in exchange for Jason doing some dirty work for Brian, but you can see how rough the house is and he really needs to work on it. Even in the inside later in the trailer, you can see that the building is not finished at all. well. Jason is even fixing some leaks in the second shot of the trailer, which as you know by now is a nod to the 2022 footage. Now in my previous video, trailer 1 versus trailer 2, I actually noticed that the fence of the prison in trailer 1 had much more details and dirt right there compared to trailer 2, who had very clean fences. Now there was something that I thought was a downgrade, but actually people in the comments pointed out that it might be a whole different prison altogether, if not a whole different wall or fence within the same prison, if it's the same prison. And the more I think about it, it should have been the same prison, right? Because in trailer 1 it's Lucia's prison, in trailer 2 it's also Lucia's prison, but I just think it's a different fence. The fence in trailer 1 is more on the ground, the fence in trailer 2 is way more high up, so I think that solved the mystery right there. Now there's a lot of people pointing out that this shot might be the quote-unquote worst looking shot of the trailer, which I don't think is true at all. It's just that Jason is driving into the night and there's not a lot of light going on there except for the palm trees in the back right there on the right. Now the reason why it's so dark is to show off that the muzzle flashes of the gun will actually reflect light on the environment. That's the whole purpose of why the rest of this shot is so dark, but because there is not a lot of lighting, people assume that it's not looking good. It's maybe a worse quality render. That's not the case at all. It's the same quality as everything else, but if you have less light, there's gonna be less detail in the shot, because in real life as well, the camera without a lot of light is not able to pick up as much information rather than in the day where you can basically see everything. So that's all the things people thought were glitches, bugs, mistakes in trailer 2 and the screenshots. Trailer 2 is here along with a lot of artwork, a lot of extra information, and we're gonna go through all of it in this video, talking about what you might have missed. Yesterday I spent 3 hours live streaming for the first time, breaking everything down with some of you in the comments. And as some of you know, I've been making GTA 6 videos for a long while, so we know where to find the details. And there's a lot of stuff we discovered, so let's get right into this trailer, man. And it starts here with this beautiful little town in the Leonida Keys, and what comes along with the trailer is a huge page on RockstarGames.com/VI explaining every person in the trailer, every place in the trailer, including the Leonida Keys, because if you see that little blimp in the back right there, that is actually this shot from trailer 1. And if we want to go even further, if you see this plane right here, if you go back to trailer 2, that's probably that plane. And if you go to that plane and you go to Leonida Keys on the website, you see that it's this plane. And this plane is actually owned by Cal Hampton, one of the many characters featured in Grand Theft Auto 6. We'll get to every single character in this video as well, so grab popcorn, man, we have a lot to talk about. And now you already have an idea of how crazy this map is going to be. There's a mapping community already mapping out every single piece of road, building, sidewalk, water, everything that is gonna come out in a couple of days probably, and I'll review that as well. But if you're worried about this map being smaller than the previous games, this is not the case. We'll have Vice City, Leonida Keys, the Grass Rivers is a new place, Port Gelhorn is a new place, Ambrosia is a new place, and Mount Kalaga. And a lot of people thought Florida is very flat, we're not gonna get any mountains. Well, Mount Kalaga is a nature park that they're gonna put into GTA 6 so that we still have a little bit of that vertical exploration right there. But let's get back to this trailer. You can see a lot of boats. On the left you can see the same boat from Grand Theft Auto 5, which is the dinghy, which you can get with the Cayo Perico heist. There are also dudes fishing right there at the bottom, and you can just see how blue and beautiful the water is. And here we are introduced to Jason Duval, which has a section on the Rockstar Games website saying Jason wants an easy life, but things just keep getting harder. Now Jason was shown very little in the first trailer because that was all about Lucia. We're gonna see him a lot more and learn a lot about him, such as him growing up around grifters and crooks, and after a stint in the army, he was trying to shake off his troubled teens, and then he found himself in the Keys of Leonida doing what he does best, working for local drug runners. But now it might be time to try something new. And as we'll see further in the video, Jason is very skilled. He doesn't mess around if he needs to do the work, and he wants a better life for himself, along with Lucia, which we also will see later in the video. So here Jason is fixing some leaks which which is a nod to the actual 2022 footage coming out. And a giant theme of this trailer is all the details and little things being put everywhere. You see how detailed the wood of the house is. You see all the cables, the power lines. There's this, I guess, dead fish bones right there at the right. And we can also see Jason's car. Now, Jason's car has been changing colors 2 times now. The first time we saw Jason's car was in the 2022 footage. There, the car was red. Then in trailer 1, the car also was red. But in the wallpaper artwork back then, the car was gray. And now it's blue. And it's called the Vapid. Now, this car is really rusty. So you already know we're in the humble beginning phase. We're going from rags to riches, like your typical beautiful Grand Theft Auto story. That's exactly how you want it to be. You have some animals, some birds flying. This might be an indication that we're able to play basketball in the game, which also is shown in this humongous screenshot of Vice City. And if you zoom all the way in, you can actually see Jason playing basketball, hooping with Kel, which is that other character we talked about with the plane. And if you didn't know, there were rumors going around of a 3-player basketball mini game that you could play in GTA 6, so maybe it's a reference to that rumor, or maybe this is confirming that it's actually a thing. And a little tease of this cool vintage car that we've seen in previous Grand Theft Autos. Now here we're introduced to Brian Helder, which is allegedly played by Stephen Root. And just like Rockstar revealing every place, they also reveal a lot of characters that come in the trailer and more, describing Brian as a classic drug runner from the golden age of smuggling in the Keys, still moving products through his boatyard with his third wife Lori. Brian's been around long enough to let others do his dirty work, and that's very true because in the trailer Brian is letting Jason doing his dirty work, because apparently Brian also owns some properties and the rent is due, so Jason has to go and get the checks for him. Only then Jason can stay at the house that is owned by Brian. And so you can already see that this is the first mission giver of Jason in Grand Theft Auto 6, where you're gonna have to do some dirty work, just like every classical mission giver in the first act of every GTA. We've had this with Simeon in GTA 5, we've had this with Vlad in GTA 4, and you can see that this is a classic GTA style beginning. You can also see Brian having this tank of a car called the Vapid, which is the Ford F-150 Raptor in real life. And in terms of details, this is just insane. You can start off with the trail of the wheels in the sand, and of course, because Leonida Keys is in the sand, the car is gonna be super dirty along with the windows, and you can see a lot of stickers, and that's gonna be a big theme. Stickers on cars, and as you can see on Brian, tattoos on people, and also things like sunglasses, chains, and watches. Now with Jason coming down the ladder, you can actually see how detailed these animations are and how much they've been working on the animation technology. We've known about this through the patents that have been filed by RockstarGames, that there's a huge animation system that was made specifically for this game, and you're gonna see a lot of that in this trailer, along with the cargo ships in the background. Maybe you can steal one and steal some cargo, do a little heist. That would be super cool. And overall, the color scheme of this game is so nice, and this is all captured in the PS5, not the PS5 Pro, the PS5. Back to Brian, you can see the raccoon coming out of the trash can. Now this was actually something that was found in the 2022 footage, discovering that there are hundreds of these little animal nature events, and this is not just animated inside this little cutscene. No, this happens all over the game every time you are playing anywhere with all sorts of animals. And look at the detail on Brian with his hands, every single wrinkle in there. You can see the arm hair on the right, but also the arm hair on the left, along with his chest hair. You can see that he has a crooked hairline, getting a little bit gray, so that's why he doesn't do the dirty work himself. He lets other people do it. And you can see the veins in his neck right there, which is absolutely insane. Here we have Jason looking absolutely ripped, six-pack and everything, chest hair, great tattoo suggesting that he's been in the army, and just the detail on the hat itself, it looks like it's a real hat. And you can also see that he is actually sweaty, so if you're in the sun you can get sweaty, and you can also get a little bit sunburned. Do you see that on the top of his chest? He's getting a little bit sunburned right there. Just like his nose is getting a little bit red, which just go to show every single little detail in Grand Theft Auto 6, changing stuff about the characters over time. Here you can see the beautiful street Jason is living in, and you can see how detailed the wood is with the little white painting, and the paint drops there down at the floor. And also a little bit more back there, right before that stop sign, you can see the puddles introducing that beautiful RTX reflection, which is real-time reflection, and you'll be able to see a lot more of that soon. Also, all the flowers, trees, and foliage look absolutely beautiful. This vehicle in the back is the updated version of the Gelhorn Baller, which is in real life the Land Rover Discovery. And on the right you have the Willard Eudora from GTA 5. Now Jason is walking through the door, showing a little bit of sarcasm right there because he doesn't like Brian that much. Obviously Brian is using him, but you can see all the leaves on the ground there. You can see the little painting going all over, and you can see this doorbell that is not attached to anything, showing that the house is not really that much of a luxury villa. And if you look at his skin, you can not only see that it is wet, you can see the individual water drops going down from the sweat, as well as the veins in his arms and the detail on his elbow. It's insane. You can even see the individual hairs on his arm and everywhere. It's nuts. Now, as you can see here, Jason is actually a ladies' man, but he doesn't want to be because he's driving to his girl Lucia. But you can already see that this pink car that is owned by this crazy lady is actually being reflected in the rear view mirror of Jason's car. And you can also see that Jason's sunglasses are reflecting, so real life reflections everywhere, even on the window of the car, from the back window to the front window to the side windows. It's all reflecting and it's beautiful. Now Jason is a real man, bitch slapping this dude because they're due for rent and taking out the cash in the cash register. And if you actually play this in slow motion, you can see that Jason has a baseball bat in his hand, but he doesn't use it because he doesn't have to. So he is fair within his madness, but it seems like he doesn't really want to hurt the innocents up until the point of getting what he wants. But in this next shot, you can see the guy on the ground, so maybe he did get hit with the baseball bat. And you can already see the 420 card right there with the bong in the back and a passed out dude with this psychedelic t-shirt and all the beautiful little carpets. This is a true 420 shop right here that is also simultaneously a souvenir shop. Really cool. And you can see all the details in the cash register. Every little single button is not only there, but it also has some dirt on it. Just like everything else, it looks so good. All the individual pieces of cash are there. Amazing. And this is one of these wow shots where we see a first person shot of Jason driving his car allegedly to Lucia's prison, and this is amazing. You have two NPCs at the back of the truck in front of Jason. You have a plane in the background, which is one of three planes, because if you look up, there's a plane with the landing gear going down, about to land, and then behind the cloud right there, there is another plane. And so if you go back a little bit, you can also see the car with the jet ski behind it, which is also a big SUV. You have this blue car, which is also a Grand Theft Auto 5 car called the Evento Coquette. I'm doing a separate video of every single car in Trailer 2, so if you haven't subscribed, I'm trying to get to 3 trillion subscribers by the end of tomorrow. So watch out for that video by subscribing and hitting that notification bell, like, subscribe, blah, blah, blah. And you can see people doing construction work, but they are a little bit lazy on their phone, just chilling. Maybe they have a little break right there. Now, in terms of the road signs, this is great for the mapping project again, because if you go to the left, you have the Vice City International Airport and Ambrosia. Now, Ambrosia we'll get to a little bit later on, but it's basically another whole city, which is crazy. We have in front of us downtown Vice City and the north port of Vice City, which is from this shot in the first trailer. And then if we go to the right, you'll be able to go to SW 9th Ave South Side and Peacock Bay. Now, the SW stands likely for Southwest, and this might be like Little Haiti, Little Leonida, like the little towns. Little Cuba is also there. We'll visit that later in the trailer as well. And as the camera pans up, you can see the plane landing down with this beautiful streak. And if you watch really good, because it's a POV shot inside the car, you can actually see the dirt dirt on the car window, and you can even see the reflection of Jason's arm with his watch right there, which shows how many details there are in this game. It's absolutely insane. Here we got Jason benching 120 kilos, getting even more ripped, and he's actually wearing AirPods, so you'll be able to wear AirPods and probably play everything you want in terms of music or a podcast in this game. And you can see that the ladies on the left are very interested in Jason. Every lady is interested in Jason, so that might be a very common theme, and Lucia might get jealous of Jason. We don't know, but we'll get to Lucia later. In the background you also see the Miami Strip, so the Vice Strip, with all the clubs, which we'll get to later as well. And there's just so many details in the sand. The sand looks so real, as well as that cool yoga ball on the left right there, and the beautiful sunset or sunrise depending on which part of the day it is. And also every NPC has different clothing. You can see a dog being walked in the background by a girl, and she's wearing pink headphones. And next to the American flag, which you'll see a lot of in this trailer as well, you can also see some construction being done, so that might allude to construction ever evolving in Leonida in terms of the map over time. Here Jason is getting some beer, getting ready to chill with Lucia, and you can see that the water inside the beer inside the beer, is actually moving according to how Jason is moving while walking. Now the package holding the beer has an American flag, and it has 6 stars, which is referencing Grand Theft Auto 6, the 6-star wanted level probably, and that there are 6 states. Now we know of Leonida, we know of Liberty City, we know of San Andreas, but that's about it. You also have North Yankton, but that's allegedly in Canada somewhere, so that doesn't take part in America. So maybe that's a little tease of how many map expansions Rockstar is planning on right now. And there's so many details in this shop, from the soda on the left to the vegetables on the right, and a little cat just chilling around right there, and the guy at the lottery machine looking at his phone, so it's probably connected to the internet somehow, and all the details on both the walls and the ground, all these little cracks in there. It's really beautiful and super detailed. And the doors has some stickers with the Wi-Fi logo, and also all the bank cards that are used to pay for stuff, including Fleeka, which is a returning bank from Grand Theft Auto 5. This girl walking in right here has a tattoo on her leg. Again, lots of tattoos in this game. And as Jason walks outside, you see the first hobo of the game. And it's probably actually a little tease of what you will look like if you don't go to the barber often enough. You can actually grow out your hair super long, as you can see in the trailer where there's lots of hairstyles. And this hobo is really down bad, really dirty looking, and also a little bit of an alcoholic, as you can see on the ground. Here we have a police bus with police cars and undercover police cars, and you can see the beautiful lens flares shining into the lens, along with all these beautiful graffiti painting artists. Every single painting has to be made by somebody in real life developing this game, so kudos to them for making such beautiful art within this world of Leonida. You can also see a little bit more of Jason's interior in the car, not that much, but you see that it's really scratched up, and Jason is definitely poor doing dirty work. And here you have this female police officer holding a taser in her hand, just to be sure, because it might go wrong really quickly. And above that you have 2 guys who are probably legends in this area, because they're graffitied on the wall, and the text under that is actually Haitian from Haiti Creole, and it states, "In the name of memory and love." Non is in the name, memoir, memory, ak, and lamau, love. So who knew you were gonna be learning Haitian in this video? Now the other word is very difficult to read. It says rete and the A, which probably is gonna be rete en paix, which means stay in peace, which basically is Haitian for RIP, rest in peace. So yeah, they're legends. Here we get a closer shot of the Vice Dale prison, which we've been introduced to as the very first shot we ever seen from Grand Theft Auto 6 in trailer 1, all the way back there. We do have, of course, a plane and some birds in the background, and you can see also the little details of the prison fence, and you can see the guard right there looking out. But we don't need to worry about him, because here is Jason asking for Lucia Caminos. And I'll give you her character description soon, but Jason is actually being asked if he's been here before. Now this could mean a couple of things. Either he's been imprisoned because of a crime and he got out early, maybe he worked there as a cop or something. It could also be that Jason just visits Lucia a lot of the time. And again, the reflections are crazy because in the glasses of the prison guard, you can actually see the computer screen, you can see the light of the sun probably behind Jason. And if you look very good, you can actually see Jason's face as well in the glasses. Insane. And then we get our girl. Hey, that sounds gay as hell, but Lucia. She has a ankle monitor, which is a GPS tracker. Now, this was also shown in the first artwork of GTA 6, so she's always had this. And this could be a restriction to the map when we're starting the game. And as the ankle monitor eventually goes off because Lucia does that and goes on the run, or probably more realistic as we'll see later on, she will have done her due diligence and she gets out clean, then the rest of the map will be unlocked. Which I think is a much better improvement than GTA 5 where you have the map all at once. I love it when you have increments of unlocking certain areas in the map, just because you can take time to discover the first part and then the second part and then the third and so forth. Now, Lucia Caminos has also a character description saying Lucia's father taught her to fight as soon as she could walk. So she's a fighter, she's a baddie, and this is because life has been coming at her swinging ever since. Fighting for her family landed her in the Leonida Penitentiary, which is a more formal or older term for prison, usually with high security. But sheer luck got her out, so we don't know what this sheer luck will be, but Lucia learned her lesson, which is only smart moves from here. So her father taught her to box, and her mom is actually from Liberty City. So more than anything, Lucia wants the good life her mom has dreamed of since their days in Liberty City. But instead of half-baked fantasies, Lucia is prepared to take matters into her own hands. Now, one theory I have is that in GTA 5 we went to North Yankton in the beginning, which is a whole nother place separate from the GTA 5 map. And because Lucia's parents are from Liberty City, in combination with the fact that when modders tried to port Liberty City from Grand Theft Auto 4 into Grand Theft Auto 5 and succeeded, then Take-Two Interactive, the publisher of Rockstar Games who made Grand Theft Auto 6, took down that mod after fans worked years and years on that one. Maybe they took that mod down because in GTA 6 we'll get a couple of missions in a new, enhanced, improved GTA 6 version of Liberty City, which will be the start of the map expansion, teasing what will come later in online, proving the rumor of the online ever-evolving map of Grand Theft Auto that adds new states as online grows and grows. This could be a flashback to Lucia's childhood, implementing Liberty City not just as a random city that's added into GTA 6 for the old fans who love GTA 4, but also to complement the story and the character of Lucia. That would be mind-blowingly insane, and that theory needs to become reality, man. Now that she's fresh out of prison, she's ready to change the odds in her favor. Lucia is committed to her plan no matter what it takes. And we don't know what her plan is, but it's gonna be good, man. All we know now from her plan is that a life with Jason could be her way out. And if you look at Lucia's hair, she looks rough. But yeah, she just got out of prison. And in the next shot, you can see that Jason actually went to the barber, make sure he looked clean and nice, because in the previous shots, he looked a little dirty. But he wants to make sure he looks good for Lucia. He does has a stain on, actually a couple of stains on his shirt, but I think they're just happy to see each other. And they're taking in the moment of actually being there, finally having Lucia out of prison, not even believing the reality that we're finally here, just like the reality that the trailer is finally here for GTA 6. We've been waiting so long, over 500 days. Oh man, I'm so happy with this. Again, lots of details on the ground, like the grass, you have the power lines, the trees, the little flowers right there on the right. Really beautiful, man. Here you see Rockstar Games, but then you also have a shot of Jason and Lucia immediately going at it, and you can actually see the jiggle physics for the first time with Lucia as her booty is bouncing in real time with accurate physics from real life. Her hair going everywhere everywhere, and they're looking really in love. Finally, they're together again. And at the right, you can see the fan is spinning because it's gonna get hot. Then we see Lucia with a mask on, robbing a bank with an MP5, and this could either be earlier in the game or later in the game. Now, I think this is later in the game because there is this other character that we don't see in the trailer that we do know something about, and this character is called Raul Batista, and we know about him that he's all about the heists, and he's one of the coolest characters in the game, I think, and he's gonna be one of the fan favorites, man. So with Raul Batista, it says experience counts, confidence, charm, and cunning. Raul's seasoned bank robber, always on the hunt for talent, ready to take the risks that bring the biggest reward. So he's probably found Lucia and Jason willing to go on heists with him. As you can see in this little video that is not in the trailer but on the website, and you can see Lucia behind Raul right there. It could also not be Lucia. Let me know in the comments. That's a little other point of discussion right there. But you can see that gun looks fire, literally fire because the gun's fired. Now he's pretty successful with his charm. You can see that he's a badass right there, and also in this beautiful boat that has a lot of detail as well. You see the bridges going up in the background with the sunset going down. Oh man, this character is gonna be great. Here you can see him again holding a gun with some cash, and this car is a high-end car, man. It's gonna be crazy. And he's also wearing the same jacket that Niko Bellic in GTA 4 has, and has gloves like Niko Bellic has in the marketing material of GTA 4, which never ended up in GTA 4, but it does remind me of that. And here you can see him on the phone, probably scheming something. I'll also do a whole separate breakdown on everything on the Rockstar website in terms of GTA 6, but this character just had to be in this trailer breakdown because he is a very important character in this game, I think. Now back to the trailer, Lucia is actually robbing the SNB, which is the Sin Frontner National Bank, and Lucia is holding down this guy with the crooked haircut. Man, his hairline is and this other guy is looking pretty scared as well. There's also some tissue and lotion in the background, so I don't know what they're doing at work, but that seems kind of sus. And you can also see that it's a pretty modern bank because the mouse right there on the right is Bluetooth, so yeah, that's cool. Here we got Jason also taking care of the guys at the bank, robbing it along with Lucia, looking very cool. And his MP5 has a scope on there, while Lucia's MP5 has a iron sight, which means we're gonna be able to customize our guns again, which was a feature in GTA 5 and will return. And it's really the Bonnie and Clyde story with them robbing and being in love at the same time, as you can see here. Fresh out of prison, Jason and Lucia are gonna go to a little bit of a bar, chilling right there, looking nice, catching up with each other, making jokes at the pier. Very romantic, with a nice boat on the left side, looking good. And also look how beautiful the water looks right here. It's actually amazing, man. Again, all the details on the pier itself. You have the ropes right there to make sure the boats don't go and float everywhere. And the wood again looks super detailed. Really amazing work that has been done. And this is one of my favorite shots, them just looking out at the Leonida Keys as the sun is setting, and you can see a beautiful little boat in the background with party people right there. You see jet skis, you see a smaller boat on the far left right there. You can see that dinghy right there from GTA 5 Cayo Perico heist, and you can see the hovercraft, which also was introduced in the first trailer, and we'll see it later on in more detail, and also some beautiful ducks right there. Here we can see Brian's Boat Works and Marina, boat repairs, equipment, and storage, and they are packing kind of a care package into this plane, which you will see later in the trailer that they are actually dropping that. And this shot almost looks real, and it introduces Cal Hampton, another character, having a section on the Rockstar Games website saying, "Call Hampton. What if everything on the internet was true?" Jason's friend and a fellow associate of Brian's, Cal feels safest hanging at home, snooping on the Coast Guard comms with a few beers and some private browser tabs tabs open. He's a little bit of a conspiracy theorist saying the psychopaths are in charge, get used to it. Cal is at the low tide of America and happy there. Casual paranoia, loves company, but his friend Jason has bigger plans. Gathering from this, Cal Hampton is gonna be the comedy relief character, which will make us laugh so many times while playing this game, and the story is gonna be super fun. He also has a lot of cool tattoos, as you can see, a lot of animals. Mr. Hampton is definitely a animal lover, going to the National Zoo right here playing mini golf, which will probably then be a mini game in GTA 6. And yeah, he's loving the wildlife, which is probably why he lives where he lives. Then in the next shot we have 3 females doing community service and a female police officer checking if they're doing their job right. And the right girl right there is actually Lucia. You might wonder, well, she has a different hairstyle, what's up with that? Well, in one of the screenshots on the website you can see Lucia right here wearing these braids, looking very beautiful. And also this ugly female, she's ugly, man. But yeah, she's doing community service, and that's why I think that Lucia is gonna get out of that GPS tracker without any problems and is not gonna go on the run for the whole story. Then Lucia is gonna go move in with Jason, and Jason has a huge red snake right there on the left, which is, man, he is a badass. And here we can see a better look at Cal, who is really caring about the fact that Lucia is back. And they probably also have a little bit of a past because, you know, Cal knows Jason and Jason knows Lucia, so he's probably missed her too. Now, because Lucia is out of prison, the bell is getting ringed and everybody's happy, yay, and they're having a blast celebrating the return of Lucia. And they're having fun dancing, and there's also this other girl which might be a family member of Lucia, we don't know, and she does look a little bit pregnant, maybe. That's another discussion that you guys can have in the comments. And this shot is for the boys seeing that crazy, allegedly BBL, I don't know, in a golden beautiful dress. And people are saying this is the same dress as Lucia wore in trailer 1, where she was going down the highway with her hands up. I don't think it is, because they look completely different. This new dress has all kinds of circles and the other dress has all kinds of lines. So no, I don't think that's the same dress. I think these are 2 separate dresses. And as you know, there's a lot of clothing and customization in GTA 6, so I wouldn't be surprised if they were separate. And Jason's face just says it all, doesn't it? Spectacular looking. And Lucia doing a little bit of a 360 right there with her hair all grown out, which is beautiful. And they all look very rich. And they're on a yacht party. We don't know what they're doing, but it might be that this is because of the heist they did earlier at the bank, that they got a little bit of money and started going into Vice City to get more of a free lifestyle, so to say. And in this shot, Jason tells Lucia, if we're gonna do this, we're gonna do it right. So there is some element of figuring out where they are gonna go and what their plan exactly is, which is also great to see. Maybe that alludes to actually choosing a path for your story mode, and this might be a returning feature from Grand Theft Auto 4 where different decisions spawn different outcomes, which would be very cool. Now also, you see the bikers in the back, which indicate that Jason and Lucia are in Ambrosia. And this is also featured on the website, seeing keeping Leonida sweet. The battle for health and wealth of Leonida begins here in the heart of Leonida. American industries and old school values still reign supreme, whatever the cost. The allied crystal sugar and refinery provides the jobs, while the local biker gang provides almost everything else. And you can see how beautiful this city really looks at night. It's more of an industrial city, and this just shows that GTA 6 won't just be Vice City. It will have 4 major places. Might not be 4 cities, but major places. And this is probably also where the Thrill Billy Mud Club from trailer 1 will be. And you can see that this girl is probably this girl and maybe even this girl, and they look they look big. Next up, Lucia and Jason hold holding their hands, and you can see the wind breezing through Jason's t-shirt, which is also a great mechanic featuring the weather system. And Jason and Lucia are now heading into Club 919 in Vice City. We got the introduction of Vice City in trailer 1, where there was a plane going by saying 919, why 69 where you can 919, and this is actually the club that plane advertisement was referencing. And Vice City is described as everything in excess. We're a long way from the 80s, but Vice City is still the sun and fun capital of America, the glamour, hustle, and greed of America captured in a single city. Each neighborhood has something to offer, from the pastel art deco hotels and bright white sands of Ocean Beach to the bustling panaderias of Lil Cuba and the bootleg brands of the Tisha Waka flea market. Out to the Vice City port, the cruise ship capital of the world. And it looks beautiful, man. Jason and Lucia having the best time of their lives, dancing, going from the yacht we just seen to now the dance club. And in this next shot we are in a different club, although you don't know it. We know this from a video I made a couple of days ago before the trailer dropped, where we discussed one of the missions featured in the 2022 footage, where Jason and Lucia are getting introduced to all these characters you see here on screen by the guy on the left called Dre. Now, Draquan Priest is the owner of Only Raw Records, and Draquan was always more of a hustler than a gangster, even when he was dealing on the streets to make ends meet. Breaking into the music was the goal. And Dre has been signing a lot of artists. One of them are the Real Dimes, which we'll get to a little later, because that's gonna be one of my favorite characters. It's so fun, man. Back to the trailer. Dre's friends don't trust Jason, thinking that they're a cop, which is allegedly a reference to the speculation that the fans had about Jason being a cop back when we first heard about GTA 6 and the character of Jason. And this might be the most realistic shot of characters in the game. These three guys, the front guy being ripped as hell, the middle guy probably being Dre, and the guy in the back is probably the guy from trailer 1, who's this fat guy having a lot of records in the back of his car. Now, I think that their meeting didn't go super well, because Jason and Lucia end up maybe in a bust, or something went off where they have to actually jump off of the window, and Lucia is falling a long way down. And this sparks somewhat of an investigation by the police, as we can see with the police helicopter, but also one of the characters in the next shot saying that they got Jason's name, address, and everything. And then we get introduced to this mystery character, which is a cop, but we don't really know what he's about, what his name is. He's not mentioned on the GTA 6 website, even though he does play a very big role in the game, probably trying to hunt down Jason and Lucia and will be the villain of the game. Now, the only thing we do know about this character is actually the description of GTA 6 itself and the story, because the story on the website states that Jason and Lucia have always known the deck is stacked against them, but when an easy score goes wrong, they find themselves on the darkest side of the sunniest place in America, in the middle of, and here we have it, a criminal conspiracy stretching across the state of Leonida, forced to rely on each other more than ever if they want to make it out alive. And the only line from this guy says, "Us cops, we gotta protect each other." So this could be a teaser of Jason actually being a cop, we don't know. And here you can see the badass Jason in the car shooting up, and this is a way different mechanic from GTA 5, where you just have one hand and a pistol going out of the car. Now Jason is fully out of the car, and the shooting will probably be a little bit more over the shoulder and hopefully easier to use than GTA 5, because especially on controller that was difficult to aim and shoot, man. Then we have one of the halves of the Real Dimes that I was talking about earlier, and this is a character called Bay Lux, which is why you see the B and the L. Bay Lux and Roxy, aka the Real Dimes, have been friends since high school, girls with the savvy to turn their time shaking down local dealers into cold hard cash via spicy rap tracks and relentless social media presence. So yeah, think of your typical rapper girl in today's modern society, and just the way she does bra 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 makes her one of my favorite characters because you also know she's gonna be sassy as hell. She's gonna be super funny and probably doing stupid stuff to make sure they go viral and keep their attention towards them. You can also see the metro in the back right there, along with cool little details like the tires behind Balux and the graffiti on the back of that road sign right there in the left, as well as the rail on the top right, looking very cool and very detailed. And Balux's outfit is super cool. This is why I think girls will love GTA 6, because you have this fishnet kind of outfit with the cool star bra, the tattoos right there, the earrings, the fly, sunglasses. She got everything, man. And let's not forget those long nails. Look at how long these nails are. Wow. Us boys love long nails until girls are gonna go and scratch our skin with that stuff because, man, that hurts. Another shot of Lucia in a beautiful golden dress in the club with all the beautiful lens flares, and man, you can almost see her fucking pussy. That's wild. Rockstar knew what they were doing, and people are gonna go down bad for this one. Cheers to the boys. And let's move to the next shot, which is Jason throwing a guy against his car. Kind of like how Michael in GTA 5 threw Simeon in one of the first missions. But in the background on the left, you can see that a car has actually exploded. And do you see the damage and detail that there is on that destroyed car right there? The bumper is completely off. All the details of the metals sticking out, it's absolutely insane. And there's another shot where you can see a big explosion which comes up very soon, which is really cool. But this is just a little tease of the physics of car destruction. And here we have Lucia showing that she has been fighting since she could walk in this cage fight, which is probably an underground mini game that you can do in the game. And she's beating up a guy that probably underestimated her, not knowing the background that she came from with her father actually training Lucia, making her a very skilled fighter. And I'm very happy that this is in the game because it instantly explains why Lucia is so good at beating up people if we're gonna go and play as her, running on the streets beating up on random people for fun. Then there's Jason saying, "Come on Lou, we got this." Now Lou was also the nickname that Gay Tony gave Luis Lopez in Grand Theft Auto 4, the Ballad of Gay Tony DLC, which might be a funny nod, especially since they are the same race as well. Their surnames are completely different, so they are not really related at all, but it's a fun little nod, and I would love to see that character returning in GTA 6. Maybe as like an old friend. Then Lucia responds with "We got it," and instantly she has a grenade launcher shooting up a cop car in this insane high-speed chase, which is absolutely mind-blowing. Just look at the detail of the explosion, the smoke, the shadow of the explosion, the reflections. It's so cool. The way the car flies up, it's so amazing, man. Then we have Jason and Dre reacting to something, which is probably not a video of that explosion, but their reaction certainly resembles ours when watching that cool explosion. Now on the left, you see people starting doing yoga. You see these girls stretching. The orange woman in the left stretching her arms. The other woman in the blue and green doing a little squat. There's a nice motorcycle driving in the background, and I think a water hose spraying some grass right there in the back. Now all the way on the right, you have another cool dog right there with a dude taking a selfie with his friends. Just a typical Vice City morning right here. Now this shot is absolutely crazy, and I wonder if that's the pregnant lady from before who now probably isn't pregnant by then, or it's just some random other chick. But you can see that the girl at the bottom right there is actually Lucia, and I have no idea how this is gonna turn out or why they are in there or who that other girl is, who is ripped by the way. But it does really look like a Fast and Furious 6 scene where that movie ends with a big sequence of a plane that they need to stop from flying. Lucia and the ripped girl are barely falling off right there, and you can see how big and detailed the landing gear and the wheels of the plane is. Really beautiful. Also, you get to see this little part in the background, which is actually this right here from Dark Space's mapping project. Now we have another very realistic shot resembling the Fast 5 for Fast and Furious 5 scene, where you have the big vault being put behind a car and stealing that. That is going to be a fun mission to do, man. And this was actually leaked, or somebody talked about it years ago, that this was going to be in GTA 6. So maybe he really knew, maybe this was just a guess, we don't know, but hey, kudos to him. He's probably very happy right now to see it. Another little shot of Lucia and Jason smooching, and they look very in love, and all the details are absolutely insane right there. Here's a random dude at a party who they probably just come across, making a selfie with them, reiterating that social media aspect of Vice City and GTA 6. And here we have some amazing looking cars. We'll get into it in a future video, but one of the cars always coming back is the Banshee, which you can actually see in trailer 1 as well right here. And also look at how crazy these wheels are of this red car. It's absolutely amazing. And of course, there's a girl standing out of the window being photographed right there, along with this other girl in the pink doing a workout with her headphones on. And then there's this random pimp dude in a wild ass outfit taking a photo with all these beautiful ladies right there. Absolutely amazing shot. And as you can see, there's also another girl hanging out that same red car right there. And look at all these beautiful hairstyles. It's absolutely insane. Really crazy that we can get to drive around this city. It's gonna be amazing. Here we have a closer look at the club life, standing on these roofs, dancing and having fun. It's absolutely amazing. Beautiful LED lights around these palm trees, showing the great lighting effects that came a long way with this new technology that RockstarGames has developed for this game. And then we go inside the strip club at Sinful Sunday with this beautiful pole dancer wearing large boots and has a pretty beautiful face right there. And this dude on the right is really happy to see him. Now this is the Jack of Hearts, which is the club of Booby, and Booby might be the guy right there. He is described on the Rockstar website as Booby Ike. It's all about Heart, the Jack of Hearts, which is this strip club. Booby is a local Vice City legend and acts like it. One of the few to transform his time in the streets into a legitimate empire spanning real estate, a strip club, and a recording studio. Booby's all smiles until it's time to talk business. And as I told you guys from a couple of videos ago, that mission we discussed in the 2022 footage, Dre mentioned that Booby provided his studio for artists under his label such as The Real Dimes to go and perform in the studio and make hits right there. Dre will end up introducing Jason and Lucia to Booby, and it's probably gonna be a rough start as we've seen in the trailer, but now you can see how the story kind of comes together, and it's gonna be amazing. Here we feature the return of Ammunition, specifically Phil's Ammunition, where he has a American flag camouflage on his gun and his girlfriend's bra. He loves to shoot on the top of his building, and this is one of the commercials on TV, and you're gonna be able to sit down and just watch TV for the whole day in GTA 6, and they've always been amazing channels. You should look it up on YouTube, it's great. Now on the left you can actually see the reflection of the TV, and you can also see a PS4 controller with like a PS5 console right there, and they definitely don't look exactly the same, but this is probably because Sony has allegedly a deal with Grand Theft Auto and Rockstar Games. Jason is still working on his house, but he's also just grabbing a beer, just chilling out. And all the way in the back you can see that big bridge from the first trailer, and this shot, giving you a little bit of a better idea of where Jason's house is located. Lucia comes back home, probably from community service, and you see the letters LDC, which probably means Leonida Department of Corrections, which is the standard US agency name for prisons and jails. Now if you look really closely, when Lucia drops her keys, it actually vibrates the table a little bit, making the beer move just a little bit, and that's how crazy the actual physics are. And you can also see that Jason and Lucia game together with co-op, so maybe that's a Easter egg that we're gonna be able to play co-op locally, 2 players, you and your girlfriend, you playing Jason, your girlfriend playing Lucia, or vice versa. maybe that's a little bit of an Easter egg of that feature right there. And if you're still watching this video, if you remember way early in the video we're talking about the hovercraft, well, here it is. You have the hovercraft being chased down by the buzzard, and the guy with the machine gun might be Brian, who in the beginning of the trailer let Jason do his dirty work. But this area looks absolutely beautiful, super nice how the nature looks right there. It's amazing. You see not only the hovercraft fleeing, but also a animal right there, and the water physics are so realistic. You can not only see the foam, you can see a little bit of haze right there, and obviously the water wrinkles as well. And on the left you can see Jason. Again, the glasses are dirty of the buzzard. He knows how to fly, so that's cool, and he actually has the right equipment on his head because a buzzard is loud. It also shows some of the interiors that are really detailed inside the buzzard and also very accurate to real life. Now if you look closely, there's a guy trying to shoot Jason down on that hovercraft, and this is probably a drug related conflict right here. Then you can see Jason and Lucia on a jet ski, and you see the party life of Vice City right here looking very beautiful. And then you have Jason riding a cool motorcycle with that beautiful plane. Then we have Lucia dropping into a truck, stealing a dope car, and this just shows how crazy the destruction physics of this motorcycle is. Coming in front of the camera, seeing all the little wires and destructed motor parts. And then we have Jason and Lucia again smooching inside a hotel room. Now this is probably the same hotel room in trailer 1 where Jason and Lucia say trust, trust. Then we have a super cool high-end boat right there, shooting at a police helicopter from Vice-Dale Police. And the water physics, the gun flashes, the sparks, it all looks very nice. I love it. Here we see how detailed the motorcycle physics are. You can see the motor. Another action scene where bullets are shot on the ground with a lot of detail and smoke puffs right there. A lot of traffic light, which is crazy. How complicated is this intersection? This is also a great moment for the people at the GTA 6 mapping project with this road sign saying Marina County and Vice-Dale County to the left. You see 2 trucks in the background. Now, is that part of this little action scene? We don't know, but it sure does look like a big trap that they've been planning. And you see the guy out of the car window with the same MP5 that Jason and Lucia were using back when they were robbing that bank. And I think Jason is the guy driving on a motorcycle because he is landing on that car, coming in hot with Lucia at the wheel. Then we have the classic trailer thing where our character says a line resembling how the audience think, with Cal saying, "If you got friends, can you hook me up, please?" Resembling literally everybody wanting to hook them up with Grand Theft Auto 6. In the background, you see that it's a whole operation that Brian is running where they're repairing boats, and I think Cyberboy is gonna love this place because he loves boats and he wants to buy a boat someday. So that one is for you, my friend. And then we have this ending shot which could not be more Miami style, honestly, with the car driving. That's the same car at the end of trailer 1. A nice boat on the left, some cars driving on the bridge, a guy driving a bicycle, the beautiful sunset showing Vice City, a lot of haze in the background and volumetric fog, all the palm trees. And this really reminds me of the GTA 5 trailer with this shot. And side by side, you can just really celebrate how far gaming has come and technology has come in terms of graphics. It's absolutely insane. There you have it, Grand Theft Auto 6, baby, May 26th, 2026. I'm already preparing for it. I'm planning ahead a lot. I'm gonna have the best day of my life. Trust me, we're gonna do some great things. And I want to thank you guys for watching this breakdown. If you went all the way through the end, please comment a booty emoji. I don't know which like fruit is that, but there's like this booty fruit orange emoji. And also, please subscribe because you clearly enjoyed this video. Thank you guys for watching. See you in the next one. I have a lot more stuff to cover, man. We're gonna have so much fun, man. I'm so happy. So thank you guys. See you next time. Bye. Today we're checking out the Leonida Keys, and there's a lot of stuff to break down. We have a lot of screenshots that we are taking a look at and finding different things about the gameplay and the location itself. So let's get right into it. And this is the postcard moving image where we can see that Vice City is down here in the background. And let me pull up the GTA 6 map for you to understand where we actually are. And so here is the Grand Theft Auto 6 map up until right now, number V.051. And you can see the top is Mount Kalaga. Then here we have Port Gelhorn and Ambrosia. Vice City is here on the right. Then we have Watson Bay, aka the Grass Rivers, and Hamlet as well, which is not shown in any of the trailers or official footage, but is in the 2022 footage. And it's a pretty nice town, as you can see. It's gonna be way bigger than this little small part. This is all that we've seen from it. Of course, the Grass Rivers right here, and then down here, all these little islands right here are part of the Leonida Keys. This island being called Sundown, which is more of a speculative name. And then right here, the big island that is shown here, this is actually called Key Lento. And if we show some of these landmarks right here, there is some trailer shots that you can see. So this shot in the trailer is actually right there. Then we have here Jason's house, looking very nice, of course. That is right here in Key Lento. Then we also have this little spot, which we'll get to in this screenshot. This is the Rusty Anchor. And then we have this scene inside the Rusty Anchor in trailer 2, as well as Brian's Boat Works and Marina, which is going to be playing a big part in Grand Theft Auto 6, especially for the starting missions with Jason. Now also we have this little store here in the Key Lento with the homeless dude. So that's kind of in the middle, and maybe if we see here that it's somewhere around here or maybe there. And then down here is actually the postcard of what we're looking at right here. Then we have another screenshot that we will get to, showing a little bit more of this southern island of the Leonida Keys, teasing some stunt jumps, which we'll zoom in later. And then here we actually have trailer 1, where the Leonida Keys was first introduced, teasing what's going to come. So this bridge right here is a little bit different than this one, because this one is more vertical and more roundly vertical. And in trailer 1 you can see that same bridge right here. And so that's why you have these greenish borders versus these orange ones, because the orange ones are speculative and these are just ones that we can see right here in the screenshot. So those are pretty much confirmed, unless of course when the game comes out they change it without us knowing. So that is where this is located in the GTA 6 map. Now as you can see, there is a lot of water, obviously, because it's an island. And so we have a lot of boats here, and also these navigational markers. These are used to help boats safely navigate channels and avoid shallow areas or underwater hazards. And these markers are a part of a lateral buoyage system, which indicates the sides of a navigatable channel. So the red markers indicate the port or left side of the channel when returning from the sea, aka like heading to the island. And then the green markers indicate the starboard, so the right side of the channel. And as you can see, some boats are already doing that. And it just makes navigation very clear, and of course so that boats don't crash into each other. Now of course we have some jet skis right here chilling. We have some other like yachts and more little boats right there. And overall the look of the island is so nice. It's just really beautiful and tropical. I absolutely love it. It seems like here there are some buses, either public transport or tourist buses, and I would love to just walk on these little things right here and just kind of look at the sea. It's so nice. You can also see the clouds having actual shadows. So There's a big cloud right here that is blocking the sun right here on this part of the island, showing a little bit of the lighting rendering, making it very realistic. And all these bridges are super cool. I absolutely love the way this thing looks. There's a lot of residential buildings right here in the shadows and this big pole. So if somebody knows what this pole is, let me know. It doesn't look like a radio tower. Maybe it is. It's a little bit blurry, but yeah, let me know. And it seems like it's a very big island with mainly the buildings all to the sides of the island and the roads kind of just in the middle chilling. Up until here where you have kind of a, maybe it's a park or just a residential area right here splitting up the road. And then here there is less greenery and probably just more buildings and roads and stuff. And you can also see that the color of the water changes. Now this has different effects and different reasoning. Most of it is the shallowness of the water, but also the bottom composition of the floor, as well as the water clarity and the angle of the sunlight. So in terms of shallowness and water depth, you can see that right here, because of the sand, the water is way more bright and then slowly gets more dark over time, because obviously it's getting more shallow and more deep as you go towards the middle of the water. And man, it just looks absolutely amazing. And at the other side of the island is probably way less deep right here, which is why you don't see as much boats probably. And here there are more boats because it's more deep, because you don't want to hurt your boat. Some boats do work on this water, but yeah, also correct me if I'm wrong on this one, but I think that that's why it is. Now a similar looking image is this one right here, very famous looking image because it looks like the first trailer shot that we've just looked at. This is Gelhorn's or Brian's famous airplane that can land on the water. There's more jet skis. There's jet skis everywhere. Love all these cars, and the quality of the cars are insane, even from this far of a render distance. I mean, if we're playing the game, we're gonna be forgetting that this is an actual game that's being rendered in real time. It's gonna be so detailed, so realistic, and just so amazing. And by the way, thank you all so much for subscribing. I'm almost at 7,000, so love you all. Let's get back to the video. I mean, look at all the greenery right here and just the details in the sand and all these little things. There's people chilling here. There's a boat upside down. There's even a car right here that was holding a boat on the back, as you can see. That's probably this boat right here that they took out on the water. There's some more boats here, including cargo boats. Very nice. Here you have more of those markers of the boats, and I wonder if you can get a wanted level if you don't go into the right markers. I mean, you don't get a wanted level if you drive recklessly, right, in every GTA. I don't want to have wanted levels all over the place for like simple reasons like reckless driving. I want to be able to drive recklessly without any repercussion, to be honest. Here you can get another view of that pole right here, and this is a radio tower. And then if we go all the way to the other side, again a cargo ship, but I think that this is the Vice City airport right here, due to the structure of the buildings and these poles. And then here you have this giant pole right here, which everybody wants to climb up to and jump down from with a parachute or without a parachute, to just see how the ragdoll and falling animation works, but gonna be nice. And then here you have the beautiful view of Vice City. And one thing that I wonder is, like, it seems like there's like rendering like holes in here, because, well, we're looking at it from very far away, so maybe it's just because it's zoomed in that much, but it kind of looks like there's stuff slowly missing or something, and it's kind of transparent almost. But maybe that's the way the cloud is rendering, like around these buildings, and this is something that they'll probably fix once the game comes out. But yeah, let me know if you understand what I mean. Like, this looks kind of weird, right? This these pixelations. You can kind of almost look through it. Maybe that's like the render distance at its limit or something. We don't know. Again, I love clouds. Looks very nice, very detailed, very beautiful. And even the smoke puffs from this far of a distance decides to be rendered. It's actually insane. Also here you have a little chill place for water, and then here you have some stunt jumps. You can already see it goes up a little at both sides so that you can easily just stunt jump over it. And this makes me wonder what the driving physics are gonna be, but I feel like it's a really nice game design. If you wanna just fly through here, you either can kind of dodge the traffic on this big bridge for fun, or you can go and you have no traffic, but you need to look at how you're gonna do these stunt jumps. So which one do you prefer? Do you prefer the stunt jumps or the bridge right there? Let me know. And this one is a very funny one. I made a video where I explained every vehicle and I didn't include this one, and somebody said in the comments like, yeah, you forgot about that one, which is true. I want to be able to drive this and put my milkshake in there and my Big Mac and that would be very fun. Now this building behind here, it looks like the Rusty Anchor, which we'll get to in like the next screenshot, but it's actually a very different building, just kind of the same color. It's more of a tourist building right here, where you can buy flamingos and whatever kind of souvenirs that you want to. And then here is the tourist bus where people are coming in and out of to drive around the island. I'm guessing this is an iguana, which is maybe a character in GTA 6. It might be like Jason's pet or something, because we see a lot of these in GTA 6. It might also just be because it's a prevalent animal in this area. Then we have these famous flip-flops that I made a video about, and you can see that the flip-flops are actually under the pedals of the bike, which is something normal for people to do who wear flip-flops. I see this all the time. Some people think that it is a glitch, but you're actually not touching grass, and the developers are. That's what it is. And he is biking a dog, which is nice. Again, I see this also all the time. The dog needs, of course, to be trained in order to do this, but it does allow the dog to run and spend some nice energy. Now here we have this big monument that people are standing on and making photos of, which is nice. I've done a video about the real life version of this thing. In real life it's actually a lobster, and there's some more people taking photos. We have the Wonder Wheel, which is this thing, and some advertisement right here for a body shop. And then another advertisement, which is for this beautiful boat right here. Love this screenshot, and of course it also shows like the body structure and the differences in different characters. Like her body is like wild and you can see that there's a lot of the deterioration of oldness in here. She has like a Karen haircut, but she seems pretty chill, to be honest. So yeah, really nice screenshot. And also just the details here on the vehicle is super crazy. It's insane. Now here you have the Rusty Anchor, very nice. You have this guy spilling beer, which you can actually see the beer going down. And again, all these beer bottles look super realistic. And of course you have the depth of field, so this is a little bit blurry, but that's because of the camera. And I wonder if there's like a photo mode. There must be a photo mode in GTA 6 with all these graphics. They have to, man. So there's this young woman, well, maybe not that young actually, I don't know, is kissing an old guy at least. And then there is somebody pissing in the back, because obviously alcohol makes you piss very quickly. Then there are some other people, probably some locals, chilling here, and you can already see their bodies very deteriorated. Then you have some other people, and you have this girl. Now I feel like she is gonna have a big role in GTA 6, because this screenshot is probably also inside the Rusty Anchor, and the girl is here as well. Do you see that? It's the same person with the same iguana that has a little crown. So yeah, also a prevalent character right there. And then you can actually see the menu of the bar, very nice design, and that there is a crab festival with fresh food and music. Super cool. And there's some other people just chilling around, and even a ashtray for people who are smoking. So yeah, that's the Rusty Anchor. Sink your troubles in the Rusty Anchor, with a nice little bird on top of the sign and a nice little face right here of a guy seemingly having a blue eye. So yeah. Next up, we have this beautiful sea life right here. Super nice the way everything looks. A beautiful sea turtle. You have some other fish right here. You have an electric eel right here, and you can see that somebody, I don't know who, is swimming, snorkeling right there. And the lighting just looks very nice with all these fishes, and they probably also have done a lot for the fishing AI technology to make sure that these patterns are realistic for the types of fish that are in the ocean. Also beautiful little light rays right here, and nice little particles showing a lot of depth in the scene, and overall a very beautiful screenshot. And now we have the last one, which is with the boats right here. A lot of boat parties. So according to this bridge right here, I think this boat party is like somewhere around this area right here. Let me know if I'm right about that. But yeah, a lot of beautiful boats. We have a couple of guys here on the Lure Predator. Nice name. I love this flamingo right here. Very nice material and reflection. Also, this dude is super buffed, and again, all kinds of tattoos, and he's actually holding these little handlebars, which is nice and very detailed. Then here there's some beer laying around and some champagne. There's a couple just chilling and a girl laying here sunbathing, and one foot right here. And also a cool little crocodile thing. Now I remember that GTA 6 o'clock was making a list before these screenshots came out that they wanted to see an inflatable crocodile, and Rockstar developers put it in, so maybe on purpose for them. But yeah, it's super nice to see. Then another boat with people partying. We have a beautiful jet ski right here, and just a lot of boats, a big yacht right here, and you can see that you can enter the interior of those boats. And all the water effects also look super nice, super beautiful. The water overall is really nice. Even those reflection lens flares because of the sun, it looks very great. We have some other girls just partying right here with a lot of American flags. Some more stuff right here. This guy looks like Michael, but bald. Then we have the whirlwind boat right here, and some beautiful buildings in the back. And this game looks absolutely amazing. Hunting is a mechanic that will be back from Red Dead Redemption 2, because as you can see in this first screenshot of the grass rivers, not only does this guy have an alligator that he's hunted, you do have this mountain cat that has been killed. And these are just a couple of things that I found in the Grass River screenshots, and there's a lot more, so let's get into this right now. It looks like there's a bullet that went straight through his head, or right here as well. These guys look like serious guys. They know what they're doing, and all at the same time they're just having a beer and they're just having some fun. This is some Yukon, whatever this is, let me know in the comments. I don't know if this guy has a eye that he lost. Probably not. Probably it's just closed, but there's a lot of dirt on his body, and his hair, his beard, well, he doesn't wash that thing often because it's going all over the place. And it even, I think, maybe he just has long hair as well, but you cannot see it because of his hat. And again, the beautiful skin burns because of the sun. It's a real mechanic in the game, super realistic. you can again see that his head doesn't affect the sunburns of the shoulders. It does with people who don't wear a hat. This guy probably took his hat off because you can see that this little part is not sunburned. Something that I also noticed is this is maybe a bite mark or a bullet hole mark. Let me know what this is. You can also see that this guy is way more fat than this guy, and this woman also is not the most slim person, but you can see all the wristbands right here, also with this woman, and also all the rings on her fingers and her fingernails being red. This guy also has a wristband, so it's gonna be a lot of wristbands, and obviously they are wearing camouflage clothing. And then we have some tattoos right here, with her tattoo saying Master Baiter, which is now that I say it out loud, I thought it was a master in baiting like animals, but it's obviously also masturbator. Yeah, alright. Rockstar, man, what are you doing to me? I cannot really make out the rest of the tattoos. This looks like, I mean, either alligator or fish skin or something like that. Let me know if you guys know. And then you have this cool camouflaged gun, which probably means we'll have returning camos on guns. And this guy also has tattoos, but again, can't really see it, but you can see the veins on his arm and everywhere, which is gonna be super nice. There's like a muscle system and a vein system within the bodies of these people. One of the big things in this screenshot is obviously the Irrigator, the airboat number 9, which is in the first trailer and also in the second trailer, where Jason and Brian are either hunting down these guys, chasing after these guys, or maybe just helping them out. We're not really sure. And by the way, there's a plane here. Yeah, not really much else to say about that, but I thought I'd mention it. I also love how there's kind of leaf camouflages on this airboat, and then here it looks like either it's also part of the camouflage on the airboat, or these are visible stains from whenever leaves hit this little platform right here, and it leaves the marks, which is pretty nice. Love those little details, man. You can see a little bit of the engine of the airboat as well, and you can see that there's a little bit of a border that has the camouflage right here. And this alligator just looks super nice, doesn't it? There's also a little sticker on here. Don't know what it means. Kind of looks like a little alien face, to be honest. Oh, this is not a sticker. I think you can open up this platform and there's something underneath it, maybe a little bit of a storage thing. Yeah, that sounds way more logical. And then in the background, you of course see this beautiful foliage. Now in GTA 5, it also had a lot of foliage in the marketing material, but then they had to strip it out of the game because the PS5 and the Xbox 360 couldn't handle it. I don't think it will be the case for GTA 6. I think it will be staying because the PS5 is a pretty powerful system. So I cannot wait to look at all these details. Then you can see some more beers up here. Maybe they use this to target practice, or maybe somebody just left it out here. You have a no trespassing, violators will be prosecuted sign, and these guys are probably the prosecutors. And then you have a nice little building in the background, and they're a fan of Patriot beers because there's like a flag right there. And of course the power lines, which are probably gonna be really accurate. And you have like a satellite disc right here, so that's cool. Then the next one is this screenshot, which is a lot. So let's just start with kind of the skyline of Vice City. And by the way, if you haven't subscribed yet, I'm trying to get to 6 trillion subscribers by the end of tomorrow. Let's go back to the video. And you can see how crazily amazing this looks. Lots of high buildings, absolutely insane. You have the Watson Bay water towers. You know, these things are always super cool because you can kind of just go up to them and fly a parachute off of it. Just like with this big radio tower. And this might be, I'm not sure. Let me know in the comments, but isn't this the radio tower we saw all the way back in trailer 1 in that first shot? Might be the same. We have some birdies right here. We have some billboards in the back. And we have a lot of trees and greenery, which I absolutely love. This game is gonna be so good. Then you have another tower right here. Cannot really make up what it says. and I'm not really sure what these poles are, but they might be for the power lines. Also not really sure. And then you have this more industrial part of it. Is this gonna be Ambrosia? Could be possible, but you guys let me know if that's actually true or not. So that was the top right here, and you also have these volumetric clouds, which you can see it is gonna be a rainy day in Vice City. And this is also something that I wonder is, are the darkness of the clouds are actually going to affect the probability of rain falling down? I think it will. I think that you can see right here that it's already raining in Vice City and that you can see rain falling down when you're looking far away. I think that's going to be an actual feature, so going to be very nice. So here you have some houses and you have some cars. It's pretty busy right here, pretty busy place, and I just love the designs of these houses. They look so cool. This may be a little bit of a either flamingo or a goose. Maybe it's a statue, maybe it's the actual animal, but I think it's more of a statue because it's like a chill out place, like a restaurant or something. This probably says like the menu or something. And I think you can get some fish here as well, so that's nice. There is a lot of boats right here, a little lake, which you cannot really see what's behind this, but I'm guessing that this lake is connected to the rest of the grass rivers, and you can see that you can just chill here at the water. Now there's a lot of cars, and I don't know if they're parked. I think they are parked at this place. This is probably a very busy place where lots of people just come to hang out and chill out a little bit in these little restaurants and terraces. And this might be the fire department. I mean, most of the time fire departments have these kind of doors. Also, you have all these power lines, which you can see in basically every screenshot and every trailer. Super nice that they're putting it in there. Annie Austin is gonna have a field month with this. Then you can see some smoke coming out of this rooftop right here. Also a beautiful little detail. And here you have a nice little road and a lot of trees again. Oh man, it's gonna be so good. It's gonna be so good. Now here all the way at the right, you have, I don't know what this is. Let me know, but I think it's a building or something. Then you have this blue building right here, and you already have a lot of NPCs chilling out. And if we're gonna count them, we will not be done for a long time. So I'm just gonna spot a couple of them. This guy is just chilling here, and I think there's a lot of elderly people in this area because they seem elderly. They seem relatively elderly. This guy definitely looks elderly. There was this rumor going around that this was a kid. I just think it's a Karen, honestly. I don't think it's a kid. I think people confuse both the height and the fact that their arm is cut off because this blue fence is in front of it, and so that makes you think that his arm is actually very small, thinking that that's a kid. I don't think it's a kid. I think it's just a woman. Here you have somebody smoking, and the design is just really beautiful of this whole thing. Then you have lots of people right here just chilling out. Maybe they're doing karaoke. I don't know if this is a microphone stand with a microphone. I'm not really sure what this is. This guy's just sitting here chilling. There's, funnily enough, not a lot of people on their phone actually. Maybe except this woman. And there's just people dancing, having fun, talking to each other. And I love these little umbrella type things right here. Maybe parasols. Really nice. Then this is also a beautiful part. You see somebody chilling, somebody else chilling. You see a car. Here you can get like a, what is this, a crab or something? No, this is, oh man, I forgot the name, but you guys let me know. And then here you can look inside the buildings, which is nice. You have the interiors, which I will do another video about just the interiors of the places screenshots. So get ready for that one. And this place is called, I think, the Hose or something. Which is also a very GTA name. You see some of these things stored right here, really nice. And again, somebody else just chilling on this little balcony. All this wood right here is really nice. I'm sure somebody in the comments can explain what this is. You can see all the ducks chilling around and also all the dirt and debris just floating on the water, which is a really nice detail, as well as when the water has a collision with the pole, you can actually see the little foam and the little extra waves, and it's yeah, man, it's really nice. Also this foam up against the wall, it just looks so good. It looks really nice. And here you have some people just fishing on the boat, chilling out, and it's really cool. Now I was wondering if this might be Jason, but yeah, you can really see who is who, man. So yeah, no idea. Anybody can be Jason, to be honest. And I love how the grass river's water is green. Just really nice, and it really adds to the aesthetic of it. Then we have another shot of, I think this is a different airboat, to be honest, because you can see the full engine here, but in this screenshot you can see this. And it's just a little bit of a different metal structure than here. So these are different hunters right here. And you can see they're shooting the alligators, maybe shooting something else because this one is getting real close. But you can see all the detail in the greenery floating on the water. It's absolutely amazing. And also the details on the airboat itself. It's insane, man. You can see underneath that there is stuff stored right there, like ropes and stuff. And again, this engine just looks very nice. You also get to see a little bit of the, I'm gonna call it the interior, but like the controls and how this works. I'm very curious to see if you actually control this thing yourself. You can see Jason and Lucia just handling this stick right here. There are some fish nets, but they haven't caught any fish because they're probably hunting something else, something bigger. And I'm sure there is animals lurking in the water. You have 1, 2, 3, 4 alligators, 5 alligators slowly getting to these people, and that's a big tag team, man. And then we have the last one, which is my favorite shot. They're all so good, but this one is really nice, where you can see that you have a helicopter and some police chasing after this guy who just hunted, probably illegally, these alligators with what looks like a pretty automatic rifle or something. I don't know. But you can also see this windshield is very dirty, and this is that fluid simulation that I talked about in my last video of yesterday, which was really interesting, and I kind of forgot these screenshots to put them in that video. But yeah, really nice example with all the other dirt as well, and the whole car is camouflaged too, so that's super nice. You have the headlights that are on, probably because some of these grass river parts can get really dark when trees are kind of overshadowing the sun. You can also see how cool these police cars look. Really nice. And of course another airboat with 3 people on there. Then you have some animals right here, and you can see just how far in the distance you can go. I love just the aesthetic of this. It's so good. Police helicopter also looking very cool. There's somebody hanging out of there, and you cannot really see anybody driving it. There's another police car right there, and you can see as well that the rotors of the helicopters actually emit the dust or the cloud that you can see right here, which is a nice detail as well, makes it really dynamic. And then here you have some other animals, really cool looking, and of course all the foliage is absolutely wild. And here's some more alligators, and the way that the light and the clouds just reflect on the water is amazing, as well as all the details of the floating foliage on top of the water is absolutely insane. And kind of the rock formations here underneath the water that kind of stick out. Super cool. It's the same that you can see here. These are maybe beavers or something, I'm not really sure. And of course the way the water reacts to the cars driving down is absolutely insane. Really beautiful, man. Today we're gonna take a look at Vice City, and we're gonna look at the daytime and also the nighttime. And I wanted to start actually with this screenshot right here because it shows the skyline of Vice City very well. And as you can actually see right here, it looks like that some of the clouds are going literally through these skyscrapers here, which is pretty cool to see. And the image looks very pixelated because we're zoomed in, but check out how far we can zoom out to see the entire image. You know, it's really beautiful, and I just love the way that every single part of the image looks. And there's a lot of cars driving here, and they go all the way up the bridge into another part of the Leonida Keys, and then there is another big long bridge. Look at how long this bridge is. And then you're slowly driving into Vice City. Actually, you're still not even in Vice City. You have to drive a long way here and then you're in Vice City. I'm really curious how long this drive will be. And I'm sure that you will never get bored of this long road going into Vice City. Now, one of the things that does happen because of the nature of the Vice City keys is that, you know, in GTA 5 you have this famous circle that you can drive, right? But obviously in Vice City, you know, the Leonida Keys is a little bit of a mesh of a couple of islands, so you'll not be able to make a full circle. But there's probably going to be somewhere where you just can get a jet ski. You can get over here and then get another car, and that way you've accomplished the circle. Who knows? Let's actually get into Vice City and see what it looks like here in the daytime. Now, there is the obvious things that I want to point out really quick, but I'm sure you've already seen this if you have been following different analysis videos, such as basketball, where you see Jason and Cal playing basketball. There's this random guy here stretching, and also these two people just hanging out. You have this girl here on a balcony just chilling on her phone. Maybe this is Lucia. I mean, she has the same hairstyle as in Trailer 1 when they're in the bar, but you cannot really see well who this is. It could be any NPC, to be honest. Then you have these beautiful little crime scenes going on. This guy has just submitted. He's like, nah, just take me to jail. I don't want no problem. And then this guy just takes a chance and goes running. But you can see that they are pulling their guns, but they're not shooting because these two guys seemingly do not have any weapons on them. I also think it's really weird the way this guy's legs look, but yeah. I don't know what that's about. I just love these little plants and stuff. It's just really cool. And all these cars are so dope. You know, you can see that there's people actually in the bus, and this guy has his arms like maybe pointing at something. Maybe he's just holding the steering wheel of the bus. As you can see here, you have little bicycles that you can rent out, like I've shown in one of my previous video. I think it's called the 25 Secrets and Details of GTA 6, which is really cool. Zooming out, you see, of course, how big this city is and how much we've just zoomed in. But also, I want to show you this little thing. So I don't see what that is. Maybe someone in the comments can like figure out if this is a common thing in Miami that this car looks like. Yeah, so this is seemingly a like tourist van, maybe. I don't even know. And you can just see how beautiful this water is and how many details there are. Here it's very clear and then the water goes into blurriness. I don't know what that's all about. Maybe this is the draw distance of the water reflection. Maybe? I'm not really that sure. You do have some people here just chilling out. This girl on the phone probably filming this crime scene, while this girl on the phone I don't think is even filming the same crime scene. I think she's just on her phone chilling, because she's not really pointing here. She's more pointing towards like the bottom area here. Going back here, you have even a little person just chilling out here at the water. And if you go all the way to this side, you have the side of the building right here. And you have a little bench under this tree that has, you know, a little light coming in so that you can still see that little thing. And all the apartment buildings. Now, I don't really see these as like enterable. I don't know. You know, there's a big difference. I might make a video about it. But there's a big difference between enterable buildings and every room being enterable. Okay? So, you may have every lobby be enterable in the building, but not every room. You know what I mean? You can see there's like surfboards here and other things. You have Hotel Valletta, which is this big hotel right here. You have Firefly Plaza. This building remains unnamed still. This is, let's see, Please let me know what it says. I'm not really sure in the comments. Put the timestamp on there. Appreciate it. Oh, by the way, thank you for 4,000 subscribers. I woke up today and saw 4,000 subscribers. I got 3,000 subscribers like 3 days ago, so thank you so much. If you haven't subbed, please sub to the channel and try to get me to 5 bazillion, gazillion, trazillion subscribers. Like, and let's get back to the video. You have the beautiful little flamingo, which I love. And then all these cars. Look at this intersection right here. It's just so cool. And they really picked out like most of the coolest cars right here. You can see this black one, which is I think the same model as the orange one in trailer 1 at the end and trailer 2 at the end as well. And by the way, I really wonder what that car is all about, you know? Is that like the second car that Lucia and Jason get? Because, you know, Jason's car is the blue one, right? But then they also have that car, that orange one, so I'm not really sure. I love all the graffiti and, you know, art on the buildings. There's a lot of art on every single building in GTA 6, so I really love that. Then zooming up, and there's so much to see. I mean, we've barely touched, you know, the bottom of this. There's so many buildings and they look absolutely beautiful. You have this crazy like low poly architecture style, which is pretty cool. I just love all the trees and the greenery as well. They have a beautiful helicopter. No idea what model it is, but yeah, that's a cool helicopter right there. I wonder if you're able to spray paint your helicopter. You know, we don't have helicopter customization. I think they should put it in there. You know, we know that you can customize like motorcycles as well and put like textures and graffiti on there. And then here with the bridge, you have more cars. Oh man, it's just gonna be so good, man. What is this building right here? Does anybody know? Let me know in the comments as well. You know, this video is more about me discovering than, you know, yeah, obviously I'm breaking it down as well, but this is also a discovery that we really need to do together, you know? And then you have these power lines right here, and of course some, you know, boats or yachts or whatever it is. And that's about it for this picture, I think. I think we've looked at it enough. If you see something else that you have noticed, then let me know in the comments below. But this image is absolutely amazing. Let's go to, oh, we've had this image. Let's go to the night one. Oh man, it's so dope. So I've seen a theory, right? And let's move this a little bit here. I've seen a theory that balconies with like these LED strips might be enterable and the rest is not. Now, we don't know what the enterable buildings are going to be. You have this parallax effect with Spider-Man 2 that may be a really good one. And I think they'll definitely use that one along with actual enterable buildings. And again, there's a difference between enterable and fully enterable, but it's going to be cool. Now here you have the docks, which looks really beautiful. And overall, this little purple kind of sky is so nice. And it looks just unreal. Everything looks unreal. And I just love these LED lights putting in there. You can really see in these buildings, which is super cool. It's really nice, all the lighting and everything. And then here, you know, it looks like this is just a flat texture. But going down, zooming all the way in, you can even still see the reflection of the cars. You can see all these people hanging out, just walking by, going through the intersection, you know. And here are people maybe just waiting in groups because there's maybe a concert going on. It's a dope car, really nice, really colorful, really cool traffic lights as well, you know. And again, these power lines, super cool. Then we have this nice little artwork right here. Not sure really what it says. Really nice, probably something ballet related, maybe a show or something. And then we have this empty parking spot, which is probably because it's kind of the behind the scenes for personnel only here, and it's night, so everybody's already gone. Then you have this bridge with just people on it right here. And then we've only had this building right here and this little part right here covered. It's absolutely insane. Still here, all sorts of cars driving around. You have Palestra Tower right here, looking pretty nice. And then you have more buildings, more interiors. And then here there's some construction going on, which is very, curious that might be something that will happen over time. And here this little door is open, which is funny, and you can go and walk across this little bridge right here in the Vice City Arts Center. So this is the Arts Center, and this building looks pretty artsy in and of itself, so that's nice. That's probably why there's ballet, because ballet is kind of an art form, right? Big bridge right here going all the way across here and then here, which is nice. And this is obviously that bridge that Lucia and Jason were driving on in the first trailer with the introduction of that golden dress. And then here you have some greenery, you have maybe a club right here or something. There is something going on. It's a little bit of a purple, neon light right there. And then this green little light streak, this is actually a lens flare, I think. So yeah, it looks very cool, very cool. Then you have this big Ferris wheel, and directly behind it you have this big yacht, which is beautiful, really nice. Then you have the Sahara Arena, which is where the basketball games are being played. So that's very nice. And there's not a lot of people in here, but oh well. Draw distance can only go so far, right? I mean, from here to here is already crazy, so... or maybe there's just not a game playing today. I think it's actually just Rockstar being real with us, saying, well, this is pretty far in the background, so we're not gonna have NPCs here. Now, behind it, there is a cool little, UFO disc type of stadium, which is pretty nice looking. I really like it. I really like all the colors and everything. And you have another helicopter flying there, a big billboard right there with a bridge going to the Vice City port. So that's nice. And then here there are probably some cool little bars and, cool little hangout. Little bit of water right here with the reflection and stuff. And also you have here this very clear reflection, and then it goes to a little bit more of a blurry reflection, and then it goes to clear, and then it goes to blurry again. So with this screenshot right here, we've had the same thing here, which is the clearness and the blurriness. Can somebody in the comments let me know what this is all about? Because I have no idea. It's the same right here, and it's confusing me. So maybe it's just physics, but I don't know. So yeah, I think we've probably had everything in this screenshot as well. I hope you guys like this little breakdown. I think there's one more screenshot, but I don't have it. Yeah, we have this one right here. And this is also the beautiful Vice City skyline. Right here, you have this little Ferris wheel, and that's the same Ferris wheel as here. So all the way to the left of this image, if you go all the way there, then you can see the skyline from here. So this Ferris wheel is probably like taken from one of these buildings right here and going all the way in. This is the moving image of Port Gelhorn on RockstarGames' Grand Theft Auto 6 website. And these are all the other screenshots about Port Gelhorn, which we are going to be exploring in this video. We're gonna look at every single detail, zoom in, check out what's going on, what can we learn from the place and from the game itself, the way the game plays when you are holding that controller, walking, driving, flying around with Lucia or Jason. Let's get into it. Now, I have made this image a little bit brighter. This is the original image. It's way darker, but with the help of color correction, we can now see a little bit more. And we will also go to the original image and zoom in there a little bit very soon. So what we can see, and I'm going to zoom in a little bit so you can see this. There is a juice fruit place right here with a light that kind of shows the bottom of this booty emoji, which Rockstar knows that this is the booty emoji. It's kind of a joke that they light up the bottom of it probably. Now there's also this big train in the middle, which is obviously one of the main focuses of this image. And what it shows is, just like in Grand Theft Auto 4, you have the interiors of the train. Now we saw this in the 2022 footage, that we can actually go inside metros and trains and sit down, look around while the train is moving, and you can maybe even walk through the train interior, which you could not do in GTA 4. and I guarantee that there's gonna be a mission or a shootout in this train right here, or basically any other train. We did not have this in GTA 5, we did have this in Red Dead Redemption 2, so that's gonna be amazing. Now here we have just some people chilling. So here is a guy just sitting on a bench. We have here some people standing, and then here this guy is seemingly looking inside a car, maybe even dealing some drugs or just talking to the guy inside the car. Going a little bit to the left, you can see that there's this guy standing here just chilling in this little empty cabin, and there's another guy that is just walking, and you can see behind this building there's a light emitting, which gives a very beautiful long shadow from this dude just walking and chilling. Going up a little, you can see that there is some more train cargo containers here just chilling on the ground, which I always like to explore. You can go inside them and see if there is any like hidden loot or anything. That's always cool to discover, maybe, you know, a gun that's laying down there, or maybe even some bullets or something. And you have this big water tower. The crazy thing about this is behind there's another big island, and you can see that if we zoom all the way out, that this Port Gelhorn goes all the way around the water right here, and I think this is the sea. So if we go to the GTA 6 map, we can see that Port Gelhorn looks a little bit like this. We're not 100% sure. The map will be updated very soon, by the way, very soon, so that's nice. And I think that image, if we look here and see that the brown is a railway, so we have a long railway. The screenshot might be taken like somewhere here, around this area, right? And it shows everything here. And it's kind of the same. Maybe we can put it side by side. So this red line right here is this train, and then somewhere around here, this road next to it is where the camera is at. And then you can see here that it goes all the way around, which in this version of the map, which is the latest version, there is no buildings or whatever. So you can already see that this is gonna be all the way filled with this whole island right there, because that's what it is. And then back here where it says Kelly County is actually more industrial, and this might even be Ambrosia, we don't know. I mean, zooming in here, you can see how beautiful the technology is of GTA 6. The beautiful volumetric smoke, all these lights right there. It's so nice. Now this screenshot is not Port Gelhorn, it is Ambrosia, but I was just checking out if this in the bag indeed was Ambrosia, and it kind of looks like it is. So that means that Port Gelhorn might be to the right, or like some back there. I have no idea about the placement. I gotta look into that more. Like if we zoom in for this Ambrosia image and put it side by side, then this could be what we are looking at right there. One thing I do find curious, that there's just this white like nothing right there. I have no idea why, but yeah, let me know in the comments if you know why there's nothing on that thing. So now let's look at the darker, just original image. And one thing I just want to show you is how beautiful the sky is, and the clouds, and the way that the light of this, I guess, Ambrosia part is brightening up the whole sky, and even a little bit of the clouds, which just shows how beautiful the lighting technology is. And one thing I do find is curious is that right here it doesn't do that. So this is a question I've been having for a long time, like, are there just really bright lights here, which is why it brights it up? Because this is also a city. It looks like a bigger, brighter city, but there is no bright light going off to the clouds. So what's up with that? What the screenshot also shows in terms of darkness and brightness is that if there is no light, the game is really dark, and every single light source, as you can see here, really brights up the environment a lot. I love this little bike right here. It's probably like a motorbike. and it brights up the ground so much, and it really gives you these textures and details of the road right there. And right here, it might be a baseball field? Let me know to all you baseball experts if this is accurate. I think it is. So we might have a baseball minigame in GTA 6. I don't think so, but who knows? There's a couple of tall apartment buildings right here, but as you can see, not that much. Most of it is just industry and kind of, I don't know, it looks like a little town. It feels like it. It's more for people to go and work rather than to actually live here, it feels like. And so if we go to the website and click on Explore Port Gelhorn, we also have a little text which I wanted to go into before going to all these beautiful screenshots. And the text is "Live hard." This is Leonida's forgotten coast. Cheap motels, shut down attractions, which alludes to a theme park that is shut down, which is very cool. And empty strip malls, which hopefully we can also explore, and we'll find some super nice collectibles and maybe even mysteries and Easter eggs like Bigfoot or whatever, ghosts or whatever. Empty strip malls won't bring the tourists back, so it's a pretty rough spot. But there's a new economy in this once popular vacation spot. And I just love how there's a lot of history that has been written for this place, which influences its future. Really cool that they're doing that. It's fueled by malt liquor, painkillers, and truck stop energy drinks. Jump on a dirt bike and hold onto your wallet. So the thing I love about this text is that it really shows that the behavior of NPCs isn't just based on your input as a player, it is based on where you are. So this is inside Vice City, and there you will encounter NPCs that look like this, that are having a blast. But then Port Gelhorn has people looking a little bit more like this, a little more rough. So let's get into all these screenshots, starting with this one. We have the Scarlet Vacancy Motel with a big radio tower and a billboard behind the trees. And what does the motel have? King-size beds, low rates, pool, and Wi-Fi. And we've actually seen this in the 2022 footage, where Jason in the daytime is talking to a random person about GTA 5, where Jay Norris got killed, and that's a conspiracy and all that type of stuff. And this pool kind of seems empty to me, but maybe that's just the angle that I'm looking at wrong. We do have a beautiful barbecue, which I love, and I just love the vegetation here, all the grass and little plants, and behind there's so much vegetation, which really does make the game so nice and detailed, which is great. And yeah, you're gonna hear the word detail a lot, but look at all the like greenery. That's just kind of showing how little this place is being taken care of, because they probably don't have money for it, because the town is just effed up. Now we have NPCs and animals interacting with each other. The NPC taking a picture, which again, this flashlight literally lights up the ground, which is insane, as well as this pole being lit up by the headlights of this vehicle right here, where this either crackhead, hooker, or both is trying to get something out of this person sitting in the car right here, which is a Canis car. Meanwhile, this girl don't give an F and is just chilling here at the pool, having the time of her life. And then there's this guy who is just on his phone, because nothing else important is going on here in this place. Now, if we zoom into here, you can see the interiors of these places. So that confirms that we're going to be able to walk inside of this, or it's gonna be a parallax interior technology where it looks like you can go inside from the outside, but you actually can't. Given that this is GTA 6, I'm betting you can actually get into there. And I also just want to give a quick shout out to all the trees. Whoever made all these trees and leaves, it's amazing. As well as the power lines, looking cool. and behind here is another building, probably the same building, it just goes around, which is very, very nice. And again, that sky being a little bit more orangey here, and then starting to get darker as you look up higher. Amazing, amazing, amazing. And one last thing is that I love how this motel light is lighting up the ground, this person, the wires, the pole. The lighting is so nice in this game. Absolutely beautiful screenshot. Then we have the beautiful weed farm guys. Then we have these beautiful farmers, and they're farming a couple of plants that will make them pretty high. And these dudes are roughed up. He has some bullets and some knife slices for scars, so he has a lot of history, and his tattoo is also pretty fire, holding a baseball hat, so he's ready for war, as well as a gun that he's almost putting out there. He's holding it just in case, and this might be, I don't know, it might be a first-person shot, and if so, then the quality is insane. If this is just a regular in-game screenshot, which I don't believe it is, but we'll see. Now this guy looks very angry at us. And to be honest, normally the people who like smoke this stuff look more chill than these guys. But I also love the accessories that this guy has. Some bracelets, some chains, which are kind of too cute for this guy to wear, to be honest. And some gold and diamonds right there. So he's pretty rich. He just doesn't look that way. And this guy might be the first one who doesn't have any accessories except for the sunglasses, which is funny. So he doesn't have any jewelry. He doesn't have any jewelry, so they just gave him sunglasses so that he has at least one thing. And by the way, if you haven't subscribed yet, I'm trying to get to 7 bazillion, trillion, gazillion subscribers. Let's get back to the video. Now this light, I believe, is supposed to like warm up the plants so that it grows faster. As well as this aluminum, it's like a setup to kind of grow these plants in the most efficient way. So yeah, this is definitely a plant farm. And there's also some administrative papers here and here. Now we cannot really see what this says, so if somebody knows what this says, probably just to keep track of the growth of these plants. Also the tattoos, this guy has like a maybe a dragon with a gun, which is very like American, I feel like. And this guy also has scars of either stab wounds or bullet wounds. And I just really love the design and realism of the looks of these guys. You can see that they have been through some stuff, and you can immediately understand why they don't trust you when you are walking in like this. There's some other curious papers here. This looks like the Hulk. I don't know. Maybe somebody knows, or maybe it's like a tree or something, but it kind of looks like a man in green, so pretty weird. And if anybody knows what this box is, maybe it's just a random box, but let me know. Also, I wonder what this thing is that the guy is holding. Very curious about that. Next screenshot, which shows very little, but also very much. This is obviously a little deal that's going on. I have no idea what these drugs are, but I feel like I don't want to know. And something that Rockstar has mastered in GTA 6 with the car interiors is just the little details here that really they are so realistic. Because in my car, this is exactly the same looking. And I don't know how they make these textures look so detailed, like even these things. And obviously this door handle is super clean. And then there's even like dirt between it's insane. Isn't that insane? I know like GTA 6 is known for the look at the details here, but there's dirt in between this. It's like, that's insane. And even here, you have this little line, as you can see, which I don't know how they come up with it. It's insane. Same with this right here. Kind of a cool texture. Even the back seat. So yeah, going to the characters now, I feel like this dude right here is probably like a drug lord. He seems to be very comfortable just waiting for this deal to happen. Maybe these are more of the higher ups in the town. And I have a feeling we'll get to know this character a little bit more in the future. In terms of character design, this is clearly like a gothic type girl. This girl seems to have the same tattoo with the gun and the wing as this guy, so it's probably the same kind of gang. And then this dude is probably from like the goblin gang or whatever, because he has goblins tattooed all over the place. So there's probably different factions and different gangs in Port Gelhorn. I just love the black nails, which is, this GTA 6 is the only game that has like nail polish in the game, making me wonder if you can go to like a nail polish spot or where you know the place girls go to when their boyfriends just let them have their little day with the girls, you know. Even the black lipstick and the eyeshadow and eyeliner, even that's a little stripe here, it's called eyeliner, and another tattoo right there, some chains, some other accessories, really nice. And this dude having chains as well, of course, and a nice beard, and the hair look really cool. His hairline, a little bit like Asmongold, but yeah. I also love that these headlights, again, I'm a sucker for the lighting. These headlights influence this light edge right here. Also, the way that this bag is lit up. And you can actually see that the lights of the headlights stop right here in this little line because, you know, the door is in the way. So you can see that it's bright here and then it's dark right here. And it also influences his body and his beard and also his sunglasses. And you can see that the light goes actually through his sunglasses because it's so bright and lights up his eyes. And this is cinema. Like, the lighting is actual cinema. And this is why the best guy is hired to make these screenshots, because it just really pops out every single feature of the game. And he also has ha as a tattoo right there. Now, in terms of the background, it's really difficult to see, isn't it? Might be like a place where there's a lot of cargo, since it is Port Gelhorn. Let me know in the comments where you think this is. I don't even know if the mapping project is gonna figure it out. Now here we have the Delights Girls Cabaret. New girls, new food, open all night, hiring dancers. And it's not only about girls, because they also have a ladies' night with this male stripper, which Game Roll had leaked, which was more of a rumor than a leak. But let's break it down. So let's go and see what these homeless people are doing. They're kind of chilling. I love how GTA 6 is so detailed in terms of clothing, that they even have like probably 100 homeless type shoes. And these bags probably even move like physically accurate as well. There are Doritos on the ground. GTA 6 Doritos confirmed. This girl is actually looking very paranoia, as if they're looking at us like, that's kind of creepy. And their skin is really deteriorated, and you see that a lot, the deteriorated skin. You see it here as well with this dude having deteriorated skin. Same within this Vice City screenshot. So this is not Port Gelhorn, but Vice City. You can see it with this old lady right here, and also with this old couple right here, especially this old lady having a lot of deteriorated skin. So yeah, same with this lady right here. And there's some detailed random stuff on the ground. Again, those grass right here, and this cool little car chilling with the beautiful light catching the car. And this car is rad as hell. Yeah, I love this car. I want to drive it already. As well as this monster truck. GTA 6 has such nice cars. It's so cool. Ooh, is this gonna mean something? Go and decrypt this, people. I want to know. And the last car is right here. And you see some hookers on a little break. They deserve it. Well-deserved break. Now, it seems like there's either 2 bodyguards, or this is just a bodyguard and he's just chilling outside. This dude, he might be this dude from this screenshot, but we don't know. We'll get to this one. And then here, 2 other people just chilling with this cool car. There's a bus right here, and there's some resident buildings right there. Another cart, which just shows how far away this is, because this is the same cart. Yeah, it's not that far. There's a little terrace right here, which is cute. And then some other buildings right there. And of course, there is this industrial plant in the background right there. And again, the lighting engine, super cool. Most of it is red, but you also have this green light, which gives a beautiful contrast. And it really shows the engine working. And then we have this last screenshot right here. Now, the main parts that you clicked on this video for is obviously this girl right here being the Thrillbilly Mud Club girl. And then also this, I think, is Lucia, because she's wearing the exact same outfit as this shot right here, where she is taking Jason on a little dance. So yeah, she's chilling. She's inside the Thrillbilly Mud Club, and she has some nice little shoes right here. Suggesting that she is just chilling with these people. Maybe this is the moment in the story where Jason and Lucia are having a little bit of a breakup, and so they're going their own ways. Because I don't think I see Jason in this screenshot right here. However, there are a lot of other people who are all doing their own thing. This guy is carrying these pallets, while this guy is watching him drinking a can of Coke. And this either guy or girl, which also has deteriorated skin, probably because he's in the sun a lot, playing in the mud. Also checking out this guy, maybe even talking to him, having a conversation. There's this guy just chilling with a big old soda bottle, I think. This couple is being very romantic. I don't feel like this is Jason. She has like a... she needs to get some pants. These people are chilling with the bonfire, and the bonfire is literally made up of random stuff. You can see it's made up of stones. There is like, this might be wood. I have even no idea. And there are some glasses just sitting here, empty glasses, and a lot of beer bottles in ice. That's how you know they love life. And this girl also just talking or just looking at some stuff. Now, the one thing that makes me kind of question if this is Lucia, because she has the same outfit, but she looks a little bit more like thick, I guess. Like maybe it's the angle. I don't know. What do you guys think? Because I don't know. Now on the right side we have just a couple of people talking on the back of this truck, and this couple right here being romantic and happy as well. And I just love both these details on the pants and also on the skin. These might be goosebumps because it's maybe a little bit cold outside or something. I have no idea. And you can see here the sweat and like detail, which I made a video about the technology behind it. Now her bikini, I guess, or bra has some dirt on it, and you can even see the goosebumps right here on her assets right there. As well as details like sweat on this dude, like right here too. And a nice little hat. Yeah, beautiful, beautiful looking screenshot right here. As well as just the details of the mud on the car that have been dried. So not only do you have mud, you have, is it wet or is it dry? And you have the round ones, kind of round. And then also you have like the ones that are more lines. And then we have more of the wet spots, which is probably deteriorated material of the car. And this is definitely like a Ford. At least the logo is similar. Today it is time to break down Ambrosia, which is one of the smaller little towns, but still a very big industrial place in Grand Theft Auto 6. You're gonna learn about every single detail of every single screenshot that we've got from the website of GTA 6. And by the end of the video, you have learned everything there is to learn about Ambrosia. So let's get to the first image, which is actually a moving image right here. And this was part of the postcard where on the website when you scroll it shows the moving image. Well, here we have the actual image right here, and you see that there is a beautiful orange sky with a lot of industrial buildings and some cars driving. You see some American flags right here, as well as right here on this building, suggesting that there is a lot of pride from the true Americans in this place. And there's also some other pride which we'll get to. But I just love the way these smoke puffs emitting from these industrial poles is being affected by the light. It is so realistic, so cool. There is some branding going on here, and on this building as well. And overall, it's a pretty dark image, which I found very curious because most of Ambrosia and Port Gelhorn as well is just dark images. And I feel like they're doing this, first of all, to give a little contrast, but also to kind of tease these places instead of just outright giving you the whole satellite map image of what it's gonna be. And honestly, it looks beautiful. There's a lot of cars parked, or in this case this car is probably parking or driving away, one of those two. And you can see that they're not parked perfectly. They're all not really exactly in the right spot, which gives a little realism to the game. And what I kind of hope is that every single one of these cars has a pedestrian in them that is actually working in these places. And if you follow them around, you can actually follow them to their home, see where they live, see what kind of work they do. Maybe they put on working clothes when they're at home before they drive and commute to their work. I don't know if that level of realism is going to be in the game, but given the NPC patterns, it might actually be the case. You have another parking spot with one car and a guy behind it just standing there. So yeah, let me know what you guys think of this image, because I actually love it. Is that a big bird on there? I think that's a big bird. Super nice. Now, if we visit the Rockstar GTA 6 website, we can see that there is a little text right here about Ambrosia saying, keeping Leonida sweet. The battle for the health and wealth of Leonida begins here, in the heart of Leonida, so in the middle of the map basically, which we know this is where Ambrosia is. It's literally in the middle of the map, kind of southwest to Lake Leonida, east to Port Gelhorn, northwest to Vice City, obviously very north to the Leonida Key, and south to Mount Kalaga. Right in the middle, in the heart of Leonida, American industry and old school values still reign supreme, whatever the cost. The Allied Crystal, which is a sugar refinery, provides the jobs, while the local biker gang provides almost everything else. And visiting that first screenshot of Ambrosia, looking at the biker gang called Final Chapter MC, you can already tell by the diversity billboard and as well as the other side politically leaning boards, there is a big not only culture war but also a kind of political war going on, just kind of like in real life. And there were a lot of people when GTA 6 trailer 1 came out creating false fake rumors about the game being quote-unquote like woke or too progressive, too diverse, or any of that type of stuff. And we know now that in GTA 6, which I have predicted a long time ago, yes, there is going to be diversity because GTA has always had that, and it's always been commenting on political movements. And so you can see how satirical they are taking it, just like every other GTA, in classic Grand Theft Auto fashion. For example, with this proud allies of diversity and treats, and you have a white Oreo, you have a sandwich Oreo, you have a brown cookie, and you have a whatever this is, and there is a rainbow, and it says America's blah 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 brand, probably America's most inclusive brand or something, making fun of the American left politically. And then here on the left side of the screenshot, you have more of the red, which is the political right in America, where Aaron Henshaw is running for mayor. And I am not sure if this is also a campaign for the left or the right. All these signs are red, which is technically in real life in America the right. But Aaron Henshaw, which is kind of a non-binary name, I guess. It could be a guy or a girl. So maybe it is the left that is campaigning. And you also see this rainbow, which I don't know really what it says. Kiever or something. Let me know in the comments. But yeah, this Aaron Henshaw is definitely campaigning. And I feel like Ambrosia is just a big culture war where politically everything is seemingly going to lean left, while the biker gang is the most right-wing group of people there is. And so maybe the people who are not in a gang, just living there, going to work, kind of want to get rid of these biker gangs and the drugs, and that's why they are going to vote more to the left. But Ambrosia, whenever Jason and Lucia are visiting Ambrosia, there's definitely gonna be a lot of political discourse that you'll probably become a part of and do missions and corrupt the whole election for mayor, which would be very fun because it's gonna expose and make fun of the real life counterparts within the elections. Now let's move on to the rest of the image. Here are some of the license plates, and you see that this version of the Leonida license plate has a cool flamingo, but there's also a orange one, and I'm not sure what the difference is. Maybe you can tell me in the comments. Here is another version of the license plate, which has a little bit of a different font than this one, even though the color is both white. This seems more like of a broken white is what it calls, a little bit more toward like yellow. And then here again you have the flamingo one, and back here, and also I think here, you have the Gloriana license plate, which brings up a lot of speculation, and a lot of people have already talked about this. Gloriana is supposed to be Georgia, which is right on top of, in real life, Florida, which explains the mountain in the back, because Florida is mostly flat and Georgia does have mountains. And this is Mount Kalaga. I already made a video about Mount Kalaga, so after this video, if you haven't watched that one, you can go and watch it. And I think right here you have the fire department. And again, the Eric Henshaw, the right choice for Ambrosia, so I guess it's right leaning. You have some flags saying that they are open. A lot of American flags, so it really is the right versus the left. And if you want to go to the Ambrosia County Sheriff's Office, you gotta go and turn ahead. One thing I didn't mention is that Aaron Henshaw has a sign saying, "Finally a politician with balls." Very nice. I also like the clothing on these bikers. A lot of kind of stickers, and they have different stickers of it. Of course, this little logo is the same as here. For example, this eagle that's super jacked, flexing on us with an American flag, is not apparent on this one. So I wonder if there's like sticker accessories that you can put on your clothes. We've already known that RockstarGames' Grand Theft Auto 6 is full of tattoos. When the characters are walking around, driving around, everybody has a lot of tattoos. And they all have a different logo of the final chapter in some type of way. You have the skull with the book saying MC, but like the text is all kind of different. Here you can see the prices of the gas. I don't know if it's expensive in America. Here you have a shop of used cars, which I wonder if you can buy actual used cars as well as new cars. Maybe the used cars is easier to like launder or something. Maybe used cars are easier to break into and steal instead of like a brand new car selling garage. We don't know. And if somebody knows what this says, put a timestamp in here, explain it to me. MC Dead 50, I don't know. And again, I love the lighting and the color of the lighting. For some reason, also the fog and all the little details here on the side of the road. It's so beautiful. And also like this concrete on the road, or I don't think it's concrete, but this material on this road, and also this road, so detailed, lots of different stuff. They probably have some tech in there that randomizes all that stuff, or it's painstakingly textured by hand. That could also be possible. You can also see that all these characters have different positions, so everybody has different movements, doing different stuff. And just look at the paint jobs of these motorcycles. These motorcycles are so cool. You have this beautiful red one with some stickers on it, with nice exhaust pipes. If you're a motor guy, let me know what all these motors are. Now you have this one which has some cargo for in the back. Nice little blue clean paint job right there. Then you have another red one which looks very cool. You even can see the suspension and everything. And is this a face or is this something else? I don't know. This one almost like snake type paint job, really cool. You cannot really see the paint job of this one, but it still looks dope. Here as well. And you see that the license plates are also positioned differently. So this guy has the license plate right behind the wheel. This guy has it next to the wheel. And you can see the differences in that. And maybe you can just choose that when you go to a mod shop. You can change it to this. I personally think this, it's a trade-off, right? You want to see the cool big boy wheels, and you don't want the license plates to be in front of it. But also, this is not really that clean and symmetrical as this. So it's a trade-off. Which one do you prefer? Let me know in the comments. Overall, a really beautiful screenshot, and also the cool little hats and wearables and different hairstyles. Super cool. And last but not least, the big discussion: will you be able to fuel your car and other vehicles? There has been gas stations in every GTA, more for aesthetics, enhanced by mods from the fans to be able to pump up your car. But will it be a feature in GTA 6? We still don't know. It's still a surprise. Okay, next screenshot. Boom, and then we have this one. And this is a very curious case. You see this light ray right here at the top that isn't really here in this side. Back here there's also some light rays. I love the way the lighting looks, and this seems to be a very, very bright spot. And in my last video about Port Gelhorn, there was a baseball field, and it kind of looks like this is again a baseball field. Let me know if it is. It kind of looks like one. And then here we have a raceway, which is super dope. And I imagine that, yeah, these are two different things, right? These are two separate things, because there is a bridge and a road in between them. You can also see that the water is very clean, or at least like very smooth here. And there's a lot of cars driving up and down. You see the beautiful light from the headlights, really nice. And then here, back here, you have some more like roads and areas, as well as back here. Look at how big this map is, man. And it's all foggy in the back, so we don't know where the end is of this map. We don't know. It might be that there is a lot of stuff behind here that we just cannot see because of not really the draw distance, but the creative smoke and clouds they've put here. Like even all the way here in the back, there's like this industrial place. You can see here these cool cars and some benches, and there's also a car with like a boat thing where you can put a boat on it, as well as this caravan right here having the same thing. And I'm guessing that you can just put your boat on here and go sailing, just like this guy probably just did, because he's leaving with his boat. And then here you have that famous fan boat as seen in the grass rivers. Again, here you have another little boat. Cyberboy will probably let you know which one that is. And then here you have some more like industrial area. I'm not sure what this is, but it looks very cool. And again, it shows you the contrast between light and dark really well. Here, obviously, there's not a lot of light. Maybe this is, yeah, this is the light from the boat emitting on the water and all the little foliage. But all the rest is either light coming from the city or maybe from the moon. We don't know where the moon is, but it all looks very nice. And you can even see that I think that this light source here is even reflected on this water right here. Very nice as well. And then if we go here, zoom in a little bit, there is some more industrial area. This might be, and correct me if I'm wrong, but where I live there is a place where you can go with your boat and the water goes like a couple of meters up or a couple of meters down in order to get to the next kind of water. So maybe that is this. Let me know if I'm right. And here you have that building again with the American flag that we've seen in the first little moving screenshot, if you remember it. So that's that. And some more industrial areas. And this, I think, is, and correct me if I'm wrong again, but I think this is the Vice City Airport, maybe? Correct me if I'm wrong. We're all speculating here, right? And I don't know everything. I'm not an expert. I'm just enjoying what we'll get in GTA 6 and sharing my enjoyment with you guys. So next screenshot, pretty simple one. We have this couple right here, which I assume is a couple. And one thing that I see immediately is how detailed the eyes are in Grand Theft Auto 6. And also like the eyelids and every little detail on each face of each NPC. Now we don't know if this is going to be a mission giver or something else. It's probably not going to be a regular character just walking around as an NPC. We'll probably hear them as a voice actor and everything else and have some interactions with them. But they look very dope. You can see that the beard has different shades, like he's getting a little bit gray, I guess. And here on top it's blonde, and here it's dark blonde, and she just has straight up blonde hair that might be dyed. She has a nice looking gun right here, the Mustang 357, with a woman tattooed on her shoulder that looks way prettier than her, to be honest. And this leather detail is also amazing. Another day motorcycle, so I think that she Enforcer. And here you have Liberty City Cycles. So maybe they did a road trip all the way from Liberty City to here, we don't know. Here we have a nice little motorcycle, and the thing that I'm most excited about is this garbage right here. Because here we have the stunt garbage from Grand Theft Auto 4 and 5, the famous stunt garbage where you just can drive off to there and fall off. And I'm wondering what's behind this because you cannot really see anything. Maybe this is Lake Leonida or something. A lot of water right there. And a building that doesn't really say much about the area. Maybe it does, and the Macpin project already knows, but yeah. Also nice necklace, sunglasses, accessories, chains and everything. Looking really cool. Next one is this screenshot right here. They are burning these crops. They are burning on this little farm, and I have asked this my audience before, and they say it's actually a method to farm a little bit faster and more efficient, so that's really nice. I love the way the sun reflects on like this water and goes through the smoke, and this fire looks really nice. There's a nice little plane right here. There's again some industrial buildings here. It's nice to see some rural areas right here. Also this electrician construction right here, which Annie Austin will do a lot of videos about, or probably one good video. And then another, I think, radio tower right here, looking really nice. And the clouds, man, it's just really beautiful, kind of greenish hue almost right there. It's super nice. Also here is like a car. This might be, I don't know, man, it's too pixelated, but it could be Jason or something. We don't know, we just don't know. And there's another car right here. Yeah, it's a dope screenshot, really nice. I love it. It's so good to see all the trees and crops and foliage finally as Rockstar intended it to be, as detailed as it is right here. It's really amazing. And again, the light impacting the way these smoke puffs look, just like right here. It's beautiful, and this is all in real time. Well, it's supposed to be, you know, this is a screenshot, but it's all in real time. And then the last screenshot right here. This character has a lot of cameos in a lot of screenshots and part of the trailer, but we just don't have an official name for the character. If somebody knows the name, I know that there is a name out there. I feel like also because of the leaks, and I think this guy was in one of those leaks in the Port Gelhorn motel at the pool. This is that guy. You see the flip-flops, which we've seen in other screenshots as well, and we have some big old assets right here. And this is what I talked about in my gore video. There's some technology that does the sweat, like this sweat right here going down, and it all has to do with liquids. And so you can see that it is very realistic the way this soap is being cleaned and the movement of it and the detail of it. I can't believe I'm talking about soap in Grand Theft Auto 6, but hey, that's what it is. You can see the inside of this car, pretty modern car. A lot of controls, and in the 2022 footage we've also seen that there is some vehicle management controls that we can do. Maybe that's a cut feature, maybe it is still in the game, but it seems like all of these features are actually accessible for you as a player to use. So we have here some carbon fiber, some control stats, the oil. We have again the detail of the leather of the car, or like the car material, the dashboard. I love how these hairs are so detailed on this character, and her hair is also very good looking. Also little nose piercing, and even these little lights, maybe you can turn them on and it shows you the interior lighting. That would be very cool. I wonder if you can do this as like an activity and just go wash your car all day. Very nice. Go in first person and just look around, if you know what I mean. So yeah, very nice. Even buttons on the steering wheel. Very modern car. And I love this screenshot. Today we're looking at Mount Kalaga, which is supposedly in real life called Providence Canyon State Park. And if you look at this right here and then go to the actual Mount Kalaga, it looks really alike. It's the same colors, you have the same greenery, and it's overall very similar. Now, Mount Kalaga is supposedly in Georgia, which means that in GTA 6 you have this beautiful map right here, and then you have Mount Kalaga, and kind of somewhere here will be the border between Leonida, which is the state of GTA 6, and the Gloriana state. I'm very curious to see if there's actually going to be multiple states in GTA 6, and if there's going to be a border, or if it's going to be just in Leonida and there's going to be separate islands in terms of borders. Now, some information about Mount Kalaga National Park is that it's untamed nature, a stunning natural landscape with forests, deer, pumas, winding rivers. This area feels like a protected national park in the northern part of the map, perfect for hunting mechanics, nature photography, or simply as a contrast to Vice City's criminal underworld. And this is why I love the idea of introducing something like Mount Kalaga, because it really brings in the wildlife aspect and you can still do some fun stuff. You have cross motors right here, or quads, which I love in every Grand Theft Auto, and I hope they have better driving mechanics rather than in GTA 5 and San Andreas, because they were pretty difficult to drive. But going through all the mud here is gonna be super fun, and I cannot wait for this. And I also cannot wait what kind of characters we will meet in Mount Kalaga, because we haven't seen any descriptions of any characters, and we don't really know much about Mount Kalaga except for these screenshots, which show you that it's not flat at all. There's a big mountain, hence the name Mount Kalaga, and there is news reporting going on. Not sure if this is Weasel news, it doesn't really say it, but it is saying reporting the right news, so they're probably right-leaning news. And the thing that makes you really understand how giant this mountain is really this left bottom bridge right here, because not only is there a bridge, there's also a billboard, but you can also see how far down this bridge goes, and there's underneath here, if you can see it, there is maybe a tunnel as well. So there might be a whole tunnel going inside these mountains, and we're not sure, but inside these mountains are gonna be a lot of wildlife, probably some mysteries we can solve. And man, I don't know if this image in terms of camera angle is towards Leonida or somewhere else, but man, it's really cool. And also, if you look here, this looks like actually rain falling down in the form of a cloud. That's how far you can look. I'm not sure if that's what it actually is, but it sure does look like it. Really nice how far you can look, and just overall how beautiful it all is. Then you have these two guys, someone wearing a shirt called White Wolf, which kind of just looks like a swear. I don't know what this is all about. Let me know in the comments, but they are hunting inside the forest, and you can just see how beautiful and detailed it is. You can see every piece of grass. You can see a little squirrel right here, super cute, and just the trees itself look so photorealistic. It's absolutely insane. Then in the back, I don't know if I am right for thinking this, but it looks like kind of where all the power lines come together, but I'm not really sure because it's so blurry, and it could as well just be tree branches or something else, but it looks like very far away and kind of an industrial thing maybe. I'm not really sure. It's way too far away. Also, if you can see here the way that this wood is kind of opening up, probably because I don't know, maybe it's been shot or somebody brought it down or something. I wonder if you can actually bring down trees in the game for some reason, just to get some wood or something. That would be very wild. You can also see this guy is pretty old and his skin has deteriorated so much, probably because he's in the sun a lot and he doesn't use sunscreen. He doesn't care, with his little American hat right there. Same with this guy. He's a little bit younger, but he also has some burned skin right here, and it's pretty hot in Florida, so that's what you will expect. You can also see all the little dirt on his overall, and somebody let me know what these little, orange kind of pieces of dirt are, because I feel like those are like just little animals that he just kind of slaps dead on his overall or something. I don't know. And by the way, if you haven't subscribed yet, I'm trying to get to 5 trillion bazillion gazillion subscribers by the end of tomorrow. And also, if you want to be there on my birthday, I'm doing a live stream next Tuesday, which is my birthday. Click on the link in the pinned comment and click on notify me so that you know when to be there. It's a lot earlier than usual, so let's get back to the video. I want to save this image for last because I think it's super cool, so we're just gonna go to this one, and you can already see the wildlife doing its thing, where all these animals are probably dead by now because this little jungle tiger or whatever it is is going to destroy them. But again, you can just see how insanely realistic this is. If you showed this to somebody who doesn't know about GTA 6, they will probably think that this is just a real picture. It's super insane. You have all the leaves going on here. You have the reflections that are just super real, and it looks like there's a little bit of a sand open area right there, and just these little things like this right here in the corner left bottom. It's just so like imperfect and randomized in the most realistic way. It's crazy. And here again you have like a falling tree or it growing not really straight into the ground, so that's also something that's very realistic. Then you have somebody here chilling on the water. I think it's called a canoe in English. You have the flood gauge, and it's pretty low, as you can see right here. You have also this train with a little birdie there up on the bridge, and I just cannot get over how real these reflections are and all the trees and foliage. This is truly the game that Rockstar wanted to make. Insanely good, and it's kind of the same type of train as the GTA 5 one, which is super cool. Obviously it's different because it's a new game, but yeah, this looks amazing. I love it. And then going back to this beautiful image, which has beautiful birdies, you have a lot of people, probably these bikers right here, who are driving right here as well. And I don't know what's going on because there is this big truck driving some construction to somewhere. Now this might allude to construction workers and buildings being built in real time to be true, because not only have you got workers who are working on the buildings and working on the roads, as you can see in Trader 1 with that first person shot of Jason looking up on that plane. Now there's also vehicles with construction elements driving around, taking those somewhere to be built. Now this might look more like underground parts for construction, like sewers maybe or something. Somebody let me know what this is. But yeah, that's my little theory right there for today. And overall, look at how big this is all looking. Now maybe this bridge right here, now that I look at it, is the same as this bridge right here, which would mean that this photo was taken at the other side of the mountain going this way or somewhere on the left, but I'm not really sure. It does look like the same type of bridge, and in terms of height it's also kind of the same. But yeah, you can also see that this is not then a underground paved road. This then is just this road maybe. I'm not really sure. You guys let me know if I'm onto something. But you can see the same animal right here that was present trying to hunt for these animals right here. So that's cool. And just all the trees and foliage and rocks. I love the colors of the rocks and just so randomized with a little bit of wetness right here. Probably used to be like a river or something. And I don't know if this is a guy right here. I don't think so. I think I'm just tripping, but yeah, it looks so cool. It looks so amazing. There's something going on here. I'm not sure what it is. Something right here, some extra greenery that I don't know if it looks like just something or it's just actual forest and nature. But this looks like kind of man-made like little fences or something. I don't know. Lots of mystery going on. So what do you guys think? Have you noticed something about these images that I haven't seen? Let me know. Maybe here in the back somewhere you have some stuff. Are these maybe just rocks? I'm not really sure. It's difficult to see because it's so far away, but yeah, this is beautiful. There are 47 characters that we already know about in Grand Theft Auto 6, and 24 of those are actually named. Half of those named characters are confirmed by RockstarGames themselves using the trailers, the screenshots and the information on the website, and the other half is from what we've seen in the 2022 footage. We of course know of the two protagonists, which are Lucia Caminos and Jason Duval, and we also know of the 7 major side characters. We have Brian Helder, who is going to be a mission giver as seen in trailer 2 at the beginning, and we have Cal Hampton, seemingly Jason's best friend and also a good friend of Lucia, as he is celebrating the return of Lucia. In the Ring the Bell scene at the Ruster Anchor Bar, we have Bay Lux and Roxy, and they form the artist group Real Dimes, managed by Draquan Priest, who is the owner of Only Raw Records. We have Booby Ike, who is funding those studios that Draquan Priest is making hits in with his artists, and Booby also owns the Jack of Hearts, which is the strip club featured in the trailers and the screenshots. And last but not least, we have Raul Batista, who is the guy who is gonna be involved with heists, making Jason and Lucia probably very rich. Now, we also have the named characters in the 2022 footage, and I think it's appropriate with this one that I put a spoiler warning right here on screen. So for those who don't want to be spoiled, it's minor spoilers, just names and stuff, but I just want to make sure for people who want to be surprised. Let's get into it. One of those clips showing the Jack of Hearts club where Jason, Lucia and Dre are walking inside, and it shows the names Billy, Sam and Tit, very appropriate for that type of club. Now the character Tit might be visible in the Dre screenshots as the man working as a DJ, because in the 2022 clip there was Dre talking to a DJ which was allegedly Tit. So they might be the same people. There's also a clip showing the Scarlet Vacancy Hotel, which we eventually got an official screenshot of that hotel, and the names mentioned there were Wyman and Shanice. Now Wyman is almost certainly the man in the car in the Ambrosia car wash screenshot. The clothes are matching and he has also a matching bracelet, so this is the upgraded version in case you are familiar with the 2022 footage. And some of the other clips mention world events, which is a list of things happening around the map as you play through it, and those events are sometimes specifically attached to characters. Now some of these characters' names were Chester, Danny, Iris, Linda, Vicky and Zach. And there's other mentions, which is Kai, which we don't know much about, but it's rumored that that person is this one from the screenshot, which in trailer 1 looked like this, so it's a big difference. And I don't know if this change is because of the fact that it's a main character, or that they just started upgrading the character creation after trailer 1 came out. And a little fun fact about the 2022 footage, Booby, Brian and Dre were all mentioned in those clips, and people picked up on Booby and Dre, but almost nobody picked up on Brian. And now we're gonna go into the category of unnamed characters in the trailer and screenshots, which we have 23 of. These are characters that show up multiple times or seem to have closer relationships relationships to the main characters, and it is very probable that we will learn their names and have multiple scenes of dialogue with them in-game. Starting with Brian's pilot, and this guy is actually the most seen unnamed characters. He is seen about 7 times, one of which he doesn't have a hat on, the other ones he does, and he's not just a pilot, he is going to be a drug pilot of Brian, being very much involved with Brian's drug operations, just like Jason is. Then we have this cop. We don't know who he is, it's just the cop, and he has a line in trailer 2 saying us cops need to protect each other, and it is very likely that this guy is an antagonist and is very corrupt. Every story of every Grand Theft Auto has always had corrupt government officials, so he is no different. Then we have the "Save Vice City baby" guy, and this guy is also shown in multiple scenes. There's 3 theories of him, one of them being that he is a resident of the area that Jason and Lucia are living in at the beginning of the game. Another one is that he's a friend of both of them, and another one is that he's actually the family member of Lucia. But much more than that, we don't know about him. Then we have the prison employee, who is the co-worker of Stephanie, who is in trailer 1 talking to Lucia, and he works at the same prison where Lucia is incarcerated towards the start of the game. Then we have this guy, which I talked about being maybe Kai, but he's actually just an unnamed character. He could be anybody else. Seems to be in a mission cutscene in trailer 1 where he's wearing that wig, and it's speculated or rumored that he is maybe a third protagonist. Then we have Jason's neighbor saying, "Hi Jason." And by the way, if you haven't subscribed yet, I'm trying to get to 7 gazillion subscribers. Let's get back to the video. Then we have Dre's friends, maybe. They were clearly antagonizing Jason, thinking that he was a fed. Then we have one of the most curious one to me, the muscular plane woman, aka She-Hulk right here, or Abby from The Last of Us, seen tackling down Lucia in trailer 2 on a plane over Vice City. This is 100% part of a mission because of how cinematic this is, and I think that this mission is Lucia getting on a plane, kind of sneaking into it, and she's gonna get caught and things are gonna go very wrong. One of my personal theories is that this woman is actually the girlfriend of Raul Batista, and so you have kind of the evil twin versions of Jason and Lucia being this woman and Raul Batista. Then we got the iguana girl seen in the screenshots, probably just a resident of the nearby area where Jason and Lucia live. We have another friend of Jason and Lucia right here, which has a lot of speculation around her that she's pregnant. I'm not really sure, I don't think so. I just think her belly sticks out in her dress, because this is something we've also seen when Lucia in her golden dress is turning around for Jason, and you can see that Lucia has a little bit of a belly, and she might be the wife or girlfriend of the Save Vice City baby guy, and also maybe family of Lucia, we don't know. Then we have the store cashier in Key Lento. Now Key Lento is this island of the Keys where Jason lives. He's getting beaten up by Jason while he extorts money for Brian, and this is showing and, you know, confirming that Brian is a bigger figure than just a drug smuggler in the Keys. Then we have Lucia's cellmate, and in trailer 1, when you first see Lucia for the very first time, you don't see that cellmate, but in the screenshot you see that she is maybe a cellmate. Again, not really sure, but could be. Then we have Lucia's supervisor, so in trailer 2 we have what seems to be an early game mission where that supervisor will tell us what to do, and obviously also the other inmates. Then we have the lobby guys, which can be seen in a lobby of what I assume is an apartment in La Perle. Feels like a mission or a cutscene, and the guy on the right seems to be like a boxer, maybe a coach of Lucia, could be very possible. And the guy in the back in the white t-shirt seems to be this guy from trailer 1. Then we have 6 workers of Brian's marina, and you can see that they are working in the background during a cutscene with Cal in trailer 2. Seems like they're repairing or maintaining a boat, which raises the question if they're actually in the drug operation or they're just fixing boats. Then we have the 3 beach girls, which is a very curious case. We've seen them 3 times now, the second time being on the sidewalk walking past the homeless iguana guy, and the third time is in trailer 2 where you can see all the cool cars and they're taking pictures with this random guy right here. And it might be that these 3 girls are part of these Strangers and Freaks missions where you get to hang out with them. And then last but not least, we have the speedboat people. This is from trailer 1. Could be random people, could be important people, it's hard to know, especially with all the changes made from trailer 1 to 2. In this animated screenshot featuring Brian, this woman is holding a custom specialized weapon along with protective gear, which is hinting that Brian isn't only a drug dealer, he's an arms dealer, especially given the fact that he's on the side of this chopper with the machine gun. It might be his buzzard chasing after these guys in a hovercraft with Jason because they might have stolen weapons from Brian. And that's just one of the 25 new hidden discovered facts. And this video is gonna blow your mind with all the little details that has been found just hours ago, such as the fact that fire doesn't only give sparks and a glow and some smoke, it actually has visual turbulence above the fire, which is distortion from the heat. And this QR code on the cash register might be a collectible, given that social media in Grand Theft Auto 6 is gonna be such a big theme. In this insane shot where Jason is jumping from the motorcycle onto the back of the car where Lucia is driving, you can actually see Lucia looking in the rearview mirror, and the lighting that is hitting the mirror is reflecting back on Lucia's face. So you can actually see the brightness of that mirror lighting up Lucia, which just goes to show how amazing the lighting techniques are for this game. And to make you realize how important social media is gonna be in Grand Theft Auto 6, even the police is promoting their social medias, with the icon on the left being Life Invader, which got introduced into GTA 5. And you might remember that mission where Michael had to go into the office, plant a bomb in the phone, and then blow up the head of the CEO of Life Invader, Jay Norris. So I'm curious what the new CEO is gonna be like. And we know from the 2022 footage that that exact mission in GTA 5 will be referenced in Grand Theft Auto 6. So that was a major moment even in that world. When Brian is getting Jason to do the dirty work for him and he's talking to Jason who's fixing some leaks on the roof, you can actually see on the right side the boat that is the exact same boat as Michael's boat in Grand Theft Auto 5, where you probably remember one of the first missions where Franklin and Michael worked together to save Jimmy when he tried to sell the boat and ended up having that thing stolen. When the first trailer of GTA 6 dropped, there were a lot of memes saying, I want to steal a flamingo, I want to steal ducks, I want to steal an alligator and feed it to somebody. Well, looks like you can actually do that in Grand Theft Auto 6, which is crazy work. As you can see in one of my favorite screenshots right here, this dude is actually carrying alligators and he's probably hunted them. I don't know if they're alive or not, but alluding to this screenshot, he's probably a hunter and it might be the same guy. And I don't know about you, but he's got a point right there. And he might even be this guy from the buzzard moment in trailer 2 that we talked about. And before I talk about how skin actually deteriorates if you're getting older in GTA 6, as you can see here with this couple and this old dude looking at that booty, I want to thank my 81 members that have joined the Infinity Squad membership yesterday when I was live streaming, and Sad Life for 20, a fan of the channel, gifted all of these. So thank you, Sad Life. Hope your life is not that sad. Also sub to the channel, let me know in the comments what you found right under that like button. Let's move on. Zooming in, you can see those older kneecaps right there with a lot of wrinkles, but also, do you see that scar on the woman's thigh? So this is because older people often fall either in their homes or outside, and as a result, they frequently break bones in their thighs. This often leads to surgery in that area, and this exact screenshot shows that you can see an elderly woman with an exact kind of scar on her thigh and also a scar on her knee. Crazy detail, as well as sunburns there and there, which look really red, so they've been out for a while. And just as a little bonus, let's go back to trailer 1 with this shot and then see how much it evolves. Let's put it to the side by side, and yeah man, there is a lot of more details right there and it still looks amazing. The funniest character in the game, Cal, apparently loves playing mini golf in the National Zoo, and you can see that he really loves animals because he has animals tattooed all over himself. But the fact that he is playing mini golf probably alludes to the either addition or replacement of actual golf that we've had in Grand Theft Auto 4 and Grand Theft Auto 5. Maybe you can do both, but I like mini golf a lot, so I'm very excited to go and play that, probably with Cal. And I think just like in GTA 4 and 5, you can just call him up as Jason and Lucia, hang out with him, go to the zoo and play mini golf. Mount Kalaga in GTA 6 is said to be not in Florida, but probably Georgia is what people are speculating. Well, now people found this place in Georgia called Providence Canyon State Park. And as you can see, it looks really similar with the coloring and the trees. So Rockstar Games might have been location scouting at that place to transfer it over into the GTA 6 universe. This confirms that in order to go to Mount Kalaga, we'll have to cross a border, which ever since we played San Andreas in 2004, we've never had more than one state at a time. Also confirming the multiple states theory. This dude has a golden magazine, but what we're really gonna look at is this little thing behind it. This might be a switch. This could allude to the fact that you can customize and modify your gun to make a pistol a semi-automatic weapon, or maybe even a burst weapon. This might only be possible in the black market. There are rumors of a whole black market where you can spend your illegal money instead of the normal regular stores where you could just pay with your bank account, which means that ammunition isn't the only brand selling weapons, and that black market might be run by Brian, as we talked about in a very first fact. So maybe this dude bought it from Brian. Bike renting is back in GTA 6. We've seen this in GTA 5 in that mission where you have to race Jimmy as Michael. Now in Vice City you can actually rent bikes as well. Possibly e-bikes, is a little difficult to see, but it has the same color scheme as City Bikes Miami, and this time there's no guy you talk to. You just put in some money and you can get the bike out of there and start cycling. In this animated screenshot you can see the V-Rock logo on Jason's t-shirt. Now V-Rock is a radio station in Grand Theft Auto Vice City presented by Laszlo, who you also know from every GTA, and we really started to get to know in GTA 5. So this might confirm the return of V-Rock radio station, or at least the fact that it exists. You can see multiple times in trailer 2 that characters can actually jump from a motorbike to other vehicles. Now in Red Dead Redemption 2 we can jump from our horses to a wagon or another horse, and in trailer 2 we see Jason both jumping off of his bike into this car container, and also, as we've seen before, onto the back of the car where Lucia is driving. And now it's mystery time to speculate, because Brian's third wife, Lori, she might actually be the Karen from trailer 2 holding that dual wield hammer combination. Maybe this will turn into a very sad story where something really bad happens to her or Brian and she stays alive and just goes crazy, and eventually you'll see her ending up on social media as a big viral meme, which would be a genius move for Rockstar because it really emphasizes crazy people in the world and give a little bit of a different perspective than just the funny aspect of it, making it a little bit of a deeper story and more dark, which Rockstar loves to do. When Jason is slapping this dude, you can zoom all the way in to the postcard in the back, and it alludes to 2 islands maybe? So maybe you have Leonida and another island northeast from Leonida. Now we know that this is not Georgia because that's directly attached at the top of Leonida, but it might be the Arizona state or Liberty City, as we've seen in the license plates throughout the trailer and screenshots. You probably remember these 2 dudes from trailer 1 dabbing it up. Well, these have gotten an exponential upgrade looking like this right now, which just goes to show that they can make a lot of changes within 1.5 years or 500 days, which is how long it took for trailer 2 to come out after trailer 1. Speaking of trailer 1, we had Make It Rain Mondays showing, and in trailer 2 we have Sinful Friday, so this could allude to different unique events for different days and different times. In this beautiful new artwork with Lucia and Jason with the skyline of Vice City, you can actually see Jason is wearing a similar blue palm tree shirt as Tommy Vercetti back in Grand Theft Auto Vice City. When this woman who loves pink is screaming at Jason saying, "Hi Jason," you can actually see her holding a pet, so maybe you can do that as a player too in the game. In this explosion shot, which is super cool, you can actually see the glass shatter and break off of the car, and the overall detail of the destruction is absolutely insane. Can't wait to see more about that. When Jason is is walking out of the store, you can actually see a commercial for a vape. So is vaping gonna be in GTA 6? I hope not, man. In this action-packed moment, you can actually see a road sign saying Draper Island, which might be that island that we talked about earlier. Now that I think about it, that would be interesting, but it could also just be a very small island somewhere. Cal chilling in the pool shows that foam is coming out of the cans, so you can see the actual water going into the water. And there's also a little mini floaty that is holding a drink, and that's maybe the cutest thing I've seen, the mini flamingo floaty. Oh my god, that's cute, I want one. And last but not least, don't be distracted, because if you look at the screen of the car, you can actually see that there is a possible self-driving assist function shown right there, which might be a feature that you can have. The 2022 footage showed a little interaction menu for car options, managing your car. So maybe you could use that display right there through a menu when you're in third person, and when in first person, that menu is actually usable directly right there. I wanted to go and look at this trailer one more time in detail, and as you guys know, this trailer came out in 2023. It's 2025 now, which has been 483 days ago. And I want to see if we can find new things even 2 calendar years later. And also, just do a little bit of a retrospective on what kind of cool things we even found back in the day. So this is gonna be like an hour-long video. This is not just the trailer, this is the trailer in 8 times slow motion. And these frames are filled with frame generation, so if you see some janky, weird things in the slow motion, then you know that's because of the frame generation technology that's been used. I will also create a 8 times slow motion for trailer 2 once that one comes out, so subscribe if you want to see trailer 2 in slow motion, probably in the beginning of May. So with that all out of the way, like, subscribe, blah blah blah, let's start out with this beautiful shot. So we're gonna go ahead and play, and the beautiful thing about this is you can see the animation here of the boat, we can see all the cars driving. The funny thing is that the enhanced and expanded edition for the PC recently came out and introduced all these same kind of RTX reflections. And the funny thing about that is that GTA 5 is not made with RTX and global illumination in mind. So for those who don't know what I'm talking about, global illumination is just like in real life, and we're gonna see an example of it a little bit later. So let me just jump ahead to show you this. Global illumination means that if this sky is orange, and these orange kind of lights are going into the building, every wall, even though the walls are probably like gray or white, the wall is now orange as well. This is a perfect little example of global illumination. Not only the sunset or sunrise is making everything orange, the light hitting the orange clothing of Lucia is also reflecting and bouncing off towards her chin area. So that's what I mean with global illumination. Now, Grand Theft Auto 5 didn't have this. Grand Theft Auto 5 had just flat textures and with the occasional like either shadow or sunlight, but not like colored lights, right? So that's what I think makes GTA 6 very beautiful, is this whole game is created with that new technology in mind. And so you're gonna notice that the game just looks so much better than GTA 5 just because of that. It's also shown that they know what they're doing by making some wet roads and showing it off, that it's reflecting the sky onto this wet road. And what happens with movie making actually is if you have a scene at night, there's people whose job it is to make the roads wet and spray them so that it reflects and makes it looks better on camera. And so that's what Rockstar kept in mind as well when they showed off this beautiful bridge, putting some water, making it a little bit wet, because then you can see this beautiful light rays right here. And you can see how far these cars are going with the render distance. It's quite amazing, man. And then we haven't even talked about this. See this little lens flare right here? This little rainbow-ish lens flare? I always loved the Grand Theft Auto 5 lens flare. When you have a sunset and you look at the sun in a specific way and it has this beautiful rainbowy sunset. And I'm just glad to see these lens flares come back. Now something else is people always talk about volumetric clouds, but you have to understand not only the clouds are volumetric, also these the gas emission of the planes are volumetric, and also the fog in the background is probably also volumetric, along with some other kind of rendering tricks that they do to have the draw distance be optimized so that as much FPS as possible can be in the game. You can also see the beautiful reflections of what's holding the bridge, the foundation right here. It's reflecting on the water just like everything else, and it's just really beautiful. And if we put this in motion, which a lot of trailer analysis don't do, they don't look at it in motion, you can also see the boat has reflection, even the water itself is reflecting. Now here, I think if you look somewhere around here in motion, or maybe here, let's see, we'll be able to see a car driving. Yeah, here we see the car driving away. So maybe that's Lucia driving away, we don't know. Maybe that's Jason patrolling the area. Maybe it's just a random car, we don't know. You also see this kind of shadow here from the trees, and you see a lot of birds flying and a lot of details here, as you guys have already seen in every trailer analysis. And by the way, if we bounce back, I also love these birdies, just wanted to point it out. There's so much in this shot that I haven't really talked about, because most of these things have been talked about, and I want to show you guys something kind of new that you might not have noticed, such as these little kind of lines have light in them, which I think are power lines, but I'm not sure why these like white little dots are in there. So let me know in the comments if you notice that. So yeah, beautiful shot here. Again, the sun, really nice. And then here we have again a little lens flare right here going over Lucia's hair. You have this beautiful mosaic-ish blur going on. Who knows what's all going on and what characters are here doing their thing, but this reveals the inmate that is Lucia. And I just love all the little details. Like, look at how detailed this little texture is. It has like holes in it. There's like here, there's like rust going on. We have these little sprinkles of dust flying around everywhere, just to make it a little bit more cinematic and give a lot of depth to the scene. And the hair simulation, look at the hair simulation. It is all so natural. And of course this is with frame generation, so the animation is not 100% accurate because of the slow motion, but look at all the lights just accurately changing. It's really amazing. Now here you can also see how the hair is reacting and just really subtly changing due to the animation. Now the funny thing is you can literally see the weight that it has because of the curls. You know, in the last shot you saw that Lucia's hair is a little bit more light than I think Stephanie's hair is. And so not only do you have hair physics, but it takes into account probably the density and the way that the hair is structured to determine how heavy it is and how it should react when it moves. Now there's a lot of stuff going on here in the background. You have Stephanie here in the middle in a cool black dress. You have Stephanie here on the right, kind of photo bombing these people. She's into art, or this is just some random art in the office. That's also possible. She has a sticky note. This is probably Lucia's file, and this scene will probably show, if it's even in the game, because everything is subject to change, it will probably, you know, talk a little bit about Lucia's past. And this is something common that happens in movies and games, where you just get a little bit of expedition about what's going on in the background of the lives of these characters. And here Lucia, the badass. Now this is unconfirmed, but Manny L. Perez is allegedly the voice actor of GTA 6, and you can see she is a badass. She does kickboxing, she lifts heavy weights, and yeah, she's a badass. She's an actor and a martial artist, which is really cool and makes a lot of sense. Now let me show you some brief clips of her acting.
Yeah, what happened? Name's Devin.
She doesn't look half bad, huh?
Problems with anyone, Devin? Boyfriend, customer? Nah, no boyfriend. As far as customers, she's pretty tough. She can handle just about anybody that came her way. What y'all doing here anyway? Well, CPD usually don't do nothing when dancers disappear. What do you mean? A few years ago, a dancer started going missing. 3 ended up in dumpsters. The others just never came home. Zach's still missing 2 days. Zach, coach strippers in the south side go missing. Cops don't do nothing. Rich white girl disappears, and bring in the damn FBI.
When you're done looking, I want you to come down to the district. I want to take a statement.
If I come down, you gotta promise to do something.
I mean, doesn't this just look like a GTA Trailer 2 fake leak? Like Lucia in the strip club, just having to talk to, I don't know if it was police or whatever. But yeah, here's another clip.
I'll let you know.
You've got an uncle in federal prison.
You're telling me all this why?
That was one of my, I remember from my time in narcotics, it was loyal to Napoleon and a little bit crazy.
You think I'm gonna give him up?
It depends.
Where'd you get all this insight into my family?
I interviewed your father before he died. He wanted you to run the family business. You.
He could have wanted it that bad. Otherwise, it would have happened.
By that time, he was too sick and weak, and your brothers didn't get what he wanted.
Cops don't usually take an interest in the organization of my family's business.
I want your brother, Lucia. And from where I'm sitting.
Her name is Lucia in the show, by the way, which is wild.
No one can know you got where he is from me.
And then also a little quick clip right here of her kickboxing.
Useless. I'm gonna bury you. Romero, backing out?
Hey, you just be ready to catch these hands.
All right, back to your feet. Let's pivot.
Let's see if there's more. Now here we have a very emotional, high level acting clip for you right here.
You took everything from me. My childhood, my little sister, my career. I was almost out. And once I went Golden Gloves, I was gonna leave you and all your baggage behind. I was a fighter, and I was damn good. I didn't know that.
You can't change your past, that's me.
I can't be talking to you. You think I don't know something?
I love how she's going nuts, like absolutely nuts. And the name of the video is Sexy Marielle Perez. Now, she might not be the actress, but like, literally Lucia, GTA 6. Yeah, everybody thinks this is the leaked MB ending. Everybody thinks she is the GTA 6 actress because her voice just sounds literally the same. Now, funnily enough, she has actually played a role in Grand Theft Auto Online as this character in the casino in GTA Online.
Betting is closed. Good luck. That's 15. Got 11. A blackjack. Win goes to the dealer.
And even her GTA 5 character looks remotely like her, which is crazy.
Get those bets in. All bets are in. Let's get this started.
Now, this is one of the videos where she actually gets interviewed and she gets nervous when asked about GTA 6. Check this out.
We apologize because I was looking over the questions and everything, and I don't know who does the IMDb for you. Because when Mike said
down this Grand Theft Auto, and I was so excited to ask you that.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, on your IMDb.
What does it say?
It says Grand Theft Auto 5 video game Clubber 2 voice. Yeah, you might want to talk to somebody about that.
Oh, Clubber 2.
Mm-hmm.
I see, when I do voiceover, sometimes I don't know what I'm doing and they just hand me a script. Was it a casino? Because I did do a voiceover for a casino thing, but I didn't know what it was for.
You did a voiceover on Grand Theft Auto. Like, I'm currently replaying Grand Theft Auto because I have nothing else better to do in my spare time.
No, I haven't.
What?
No.
You didn't do, you know?
No, I haven't, no.
Well, who messed up on these questions, James? You messed me up, man.
So, Lucia has kind of adorable personality. And here's another video that really shows how adorable her personality is, which is just check it out for yourself. Check this.
My body.
You gotta explain a little bit because I don't.
So Grotowski has certain plastiques or movements that can help you get into a certain emotional state. So they'll see me on set I'm like, or I'm breathing, and then I hold my breath to let all of that energy and just. Because for film,
it's awesome. I never do any of this though. It's awesome.
For theater, we have to be big and we have to make sure that the back row can hear us and everything.
Oh.
Whereas in film, we have to take all that energy and just hold it in. And they'll see me, I'm crazy. I'll be jumping up and down. The director's like, what the? And all the actors like, what is she? Just leave Manny to her devices.
Now, what she's explaining right here is actually very important. That kind of confirms to me that she is Lucia from Grand Theft Auto 6, because she has done both CSI, as we just showed for the clips, which RockstarGames love casting actors from that show. She's also been already in GTA 5, so she has been employed and does have a contract already and knows the people at RockstarGames. And on top of that, not only is she really good in these fragile little moments of film where every little detail in your facial expression is important when it comes to acting, but she's also done theater. So like she explained, the person all the way in the back of the audience needs to be able to see what you're doing. So she also has to be very extravagant, if that's the right pronunciation. That means for motion capture, she knows how to move her body, she knows how to do martial arts, she knows how to act in these really emotional scenes that are really quiet, she knows how to act in these really big and grand scenes where you have to do a lot of movements. And look at her biceps alone, this is crazy. So I think she is Lucia and she's gonna do a great job with the right writing material.
My boyfriend got me like a whole studio set because he does music.
Right.
And she has a boyfriend, I just realized. So let's move on. I'm kidding. So here's Lucia again. And again, Stephanie here has another little cute family photo going on. She loves her and her family. So maybe that's like a plot point where we, get to know a lot of Stephanie, or it's just a lot of detail, which Rockstar is very good at. And look at this frame of the photo that has a little bit of dust in it, and it's not really perfect, and the light is reflecting really nicely. And we also have a beautiful light rays, which I've made a video about a while ago about volumetric lights, going into detail about that. So really beautiful. Also a cute little boat, which is an Easter egg to our fellow YouTuber Cyberboy. So let's move on. Now here, obviously this is the big shot that makes everybody super happy, right? So we've got a mysterious animal right here, maybe a stingray or something. We have these beautiful physics of the water going off of the boat. You see how big this boat is. It has like 1, 2, 3 levels in the boat, and hopefully you can get to go inside. You can already see a little bit of detail inside the interior of the boat, but not too much. They don't want to show you too much. And I'm seeing a lot of pixelation, so what I want to do is move over to the YouTube version of Gelhorn DGNS. It's going to be in the description. And let's have no pixelation and no trouble. So I'm not good with animals, but this probably is shark. Oh, these are dolphins probably. And you see all these beautiful little light reflections. You see here this nice boat going on. And I love how the shadow is accurate. And it looks like there's no shadow. It kind of looks like it's flying, you know what I mean? But that's accurate lighting right there. And you can also see the differences between how big these splashes are in the boats. You have this foam here. You have these little sprinkles of water here. And this is obviously from the jet ski has a way different kind of water simulation than this boat because of the size and the weight and everything. And it's so cool to see not only a jet ski like going off of a little bit of a wave right here with this shadow right here, so you know it's also in the air, and you also see a jet ski going to the side. So that's pretty cool. Do we see it land? Boom, you see it land. So, and there's another jet ski. Here are birds, which when the camera pans up, we'll see the actual birds. These are just the shadows of them. Oh no, I'm blind. The birds are right in front of my face. And you can also see there's a lot of people here in the water, but there's a lot of people here just chilling around. You have the blue side, the yellow side, the pink side. So there's a lot of thought out coloring going on as well. And you see how many jet skis there are. Like there's already 5 here. There's like these cars driving. There's this big old car. It's so detailed, all of it, man. Now here you can see the beautiful city, and we've had a glimpse of more of the city in Dark Space's beautiful mapping project that took the community mapping project, which was just a 2D image that has been constantly updating as well, and he put it in GTA 5, and now also along with the buildings that he's been placing, and it looks really amazing. It's such a great job that he does. Anyway, this looks absolutely amazing, and man, can you just imagine being able to drive? This is a lot of stuff to go through, like with your car or whatever. So I'm excited for that, man. I'm also always curious, about these little paths right here, going under these trees, and yeah, it's gonna be really cool. Look at this, Rockstar Games, yeah, absolutely beautiful. And you see this building is so tall, that the cloud is inside that building. And I'm very curious on how that will work. So moving on to this beautiful shot, and look at the two lens flares. One right here, that one's pretty obvious, but you also have this one right here. And you know me, if you've been watching, I love lens flares, so you can see how beautiful it looks. And here is another one. It's super nice, really, really good. So I want to talk to you about interiors when it comes to this shot, because this shot kind of shows the randomized interiors. And something that you can also notice is that these blue things here are not blue. The glass is just blue, because as you see, this is a white wall behind the glass, and here the wall seems blue, but it's actually the glass that's blue. So all these things from the inside are white, you know, all these curtains and all that type of stuff. Now let's talk a little bit about the interior generation. So there is a misconception with this, where there is a patent about AI interior generation, right? So basically people think that 3D models of chairs or beds or whatever that is that's in a room is being generated. No, that's not true. There's model packs being created for probably each building, and it's just a couple of chairs, a couple of beds, depending on probably, you know, how expensive the room is. You know, these rooms above here probably have more expensive, luxurious interior than these ones down here. And this one here has a different one from these two. So they make models, and AI also probably randomizes kind of how the models look a little bit in terms of, you know, if there's stains on there, little subtle things like that. You know, the bed sheets having different wrinkles everywhere and that type of stuff, right? So that's being randomized. The AI comes in when we talk about the placement within the rooms. So it makes sure that the beds are in the right places, that the chairs are in the right places, that desks are in the right place, lamps, all that type of stuff. Same with the showers and the toilet and all those things, right? So it's not necessarily that some developer at Rockstar just pushes a button and all these interiors are done. No, they have to create the models for it. They have to make a lot of parameters so that the AI knows what placement is realistic and what isn't. So there's a lot of upfront work that they need to do. But once they've done that, they just hit generate and then it fills it in. Now then the developers go and walk into these rooms, look if everything is right. If it's not, they'll just move some, you know, things over like a chair or a desk, and then they go to the next room, right? And then it's probably double checked and then triple checked. And I think that that's how the interiors are generated with AI. So you will notice a theme with these things where if AI is used, there's always triple checking and there's always a lot of upfront work to make sure that the AI doesn't go crazy. Furthermore, there's this little cool pole right here. Not really sure for what it is. Maybe it's like a railing system. You let me know what this is. I'm not really that familiar with Miami. So you can also see these little people up here just giving the scale of everything. And you have people who hang some stuff, you know, off of their balcony, probably to dry it, like their clothes and stuff. Here is that cool little plane. And again, that volumetric, beautiful trail of gasoline. Just like here, with the birdies and everything. And see, this is like the weird AI video thing that I'm talking about with the slow motion. This shot, we aren't really able to talk a lot about this. It's beautiful, you know, it's orange. There's a beautiful sunset. You can see all the details in layers with like the volumetric fog. So I think that this is really showcasing exactly that. You have these clouds, you have the mist from the water, from it because it's probably in the morning, right? You have the kind of fumes from the little cool hovercraft boat. Apart from that, you have this beautiful foliage right here. And probably, I think Jason and Lucia are the people here, or just random NPCs could also be, that are chilling out. Sorry for this little compression thing, that's not you, that's me. Yeah, just driving by. Super cool to look at it in slow motion, right? And then boom, we are here with the... I think these are flamingos, I'm not really that sure. You have all sorts of things. My favorite one is the ducks right here. I love ducks. Ducks are so cute. I want to put one in my car and just steal it, you know? I hope you can just steal these things. Like, if people call GTA like a murder simulator, why can't you just find like a big truck and put like all these animals in a big truck and then sell them to some corrupt zookeeper or whatever, right? It's not ethical, but we're talking about GTA. It's a video game where you kill people. Like, what are we talking about? Why is this unacceptable? Like this idea that I have. And this shot really is another example of everything coming together so smoothly. Again, these beautiful clouds, man. Like the difference in darkness and brightness within the clouds. You have back there the fog in the background right here. Then you have all these animals and you have this beautiful RTX reflection that's really the cherry on top and shows how great it is. I can also see the feathers that these flamingos have, if these are flamingos. I'm sorry if I'm wrong about this. Rockstar has been working a lot with animals on Red Dead Redemption and also GTA 5 and some previous titles as well, and they've really started to nail the perfection that is the wildlife in Grand Theft Auto 6. Now this is obviously a shot that everybody always pauses and looks at because it's just so beautiful. Lots of stuff going on that you guys already know about. The girl twerking that's being filmed by this guy who has a lot of tattoos, and that's gonna be a very big theme in Grand Theft Auto 6. Tattoos, and I'm gonna butcher this name, jewelry. How do you even, whatever, you know, chains and things, right? Because here's tattoo number 1, here's tattoo person number 2, 3, here 4, you can see 5. She doesn't have any. She does have here a tattoo, so 6. Here 7, and that's only the foreground with 7 tattoos. Now the chains, she has earrings, so that's 1. She's wearing, I think, AirPods, which is 2. Here 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. He has a little watch right there. This guy I know is looking at his watch right there, and again, that's only the foreground. Now, do you see this theme going on where Rockstar Games really knows what they're doing when they make trailers? So not only, which we're gonna talk about in just a second, are they filling this composition perfectly where there's always something to look at no matter where you want to look. The things that have the most detail are in the front so that you can see them the best. And they disable these things for characters in the background just to optimize everything so that they don't have to make a fake CGI trailer for you guys. Now the composition in every shot is also very thought out. You know, there's always a human doing something. If there's not a human, there's a helicopter flying, or, you know, a plane somewhere. If there's not a plane, there's like a beautiful scenery of the city. So these compositions are always really great, and everything is randomized. Everybody is doing something different. All these vehicles are going a different way, and all these buildings have different shapes and sizes. And I think these animations, like spraying sunscreen, or this guy throwing the water bottle right here, poop, like these are probably all gonna be animations that you can use within Grand Theft Auto 6 roleplay, right? They're already like getting the game ready for that to be a giant thing. Now here we have the beautiful boat. And I just love the animation of this guy responding to the way that the boat moves. And he looks kind of badass if you kind of zoom in and check it out. Because he's just, you know, into that thing, right? And I just love this color scheme, man. The blues, and then it's a little bit darker blue for the background. And it has this beautiful colored cargo boat, and then this boat is yellow, and here you have another blue little boat. So they also really thought about the color scheme. That's really, really beautiful. You know, the complementary color of blue is yellow, which is why this front boat is yellow and all these cargo things are like orangey yellow. It's really thought out. So kudos to whoever is doing the design of these things and looking at the color scheme of everything. Now, if you look at this animation, hopefully in GTA 6 boats will have better physics than before, because in GTA 4 and 5 the boats would really fly out. Every wave was like a tidal wave, like a big old interstellar type wave, right? So I would love for GTA 6 to have boats sail smoothly, right? Be a smooth sailor even though you're going super fast at a speedboat. But we'll just have to wait and see. And these water simulations are really crazy, like so much detail for a real-time rendered shot. It's really insane. Yeah, it's a beautiful shot. Yeah. Here we have our nice Lucia. And this shot is also a famous shot. You know, people want to go through this building with the plane, literally through it, not trying to destroy the building, because it's a beautiful building. Some people want to destroy it, but there is also this guy filming Lucia out of this car, going viral on whatever app they're gonna use to post it. You can see in these glasses, again, sorry for the compression and the lower quality here because of the slow-mo, you can see that it's a real-time mirror right here. It's difficult to see, but you can see it. And then you have people with stuff getting in the trunk of the car. And this car just looks super badass, giving you a little bit of an idea of how nice these cars are gonna be. And I absolutely love it. Now, this is also cool. A little bit of light on top of the building, just to show you how neon-soaked Vice City is really gonna be. And I also love the design of this building right here, which is beautiful. Nothing really that new for me to talk about, except for the dress. Look at these wrinkles, and if I go back here, look at how the wrinkles in real time are physically accurate and change based on the way Lucia is moving. See that? And then here they come. It's insane. You know, and in real life, her ponytail would go everywhere, and it's kind of an aesthetically pleasing, creative decision to not have her ponytail like all the way up here because of the wind. I think that's a little cool detail. That Rockstar has probably found that realism isn't really that beautiful in terms of hair physics when the wind is going down super fast and the hair is going everywhere, right? So this is an aesthetic decision to make the hair not go up all the way. And also, you can see here Jason has this little thing on his head. And his head is a little bit, you know, he has some white hairs. And you can also see that like later on in the trailer. Like here, I don't think that's the lighting. I think he actually has like a white spot on his hair, like a pigment type of thing. I don't know what it is. You guys let me know what you think. Now, this is by far my favorite shot of them all because it looks just so realistic. This car looks so real to me with all the lighting and the way that, like right here, it's super, you know, bright because of the sun. It just hits it perfectly. And Look at this car, man. So cool. All these NPCs are doing stuff. It looks just really, really nice. And everybody has their own like clothing brands. It's all so different. And you know, you've probably seen this shot into Oblivion, so I'm not gonna go too long with this, but just again, this color scheme, the design of how the shot is composed, where always everything has something going on. This cool little bike here, cool little bike here, all customized for this cool car show off place. Now this one is really beautiful because you can see the beauty in this booty in 8 times slow motion. So that's cool, but again, there's a lot of things going on, a lot of light reacting to all the other stuff. Here you have a beautiful lens flare. This guy has tattoos. She has tattoos. A lot of people are gonna have tattoos in Vice City. Trust me on that. This girl may confirm that there's lesbians in GTA 6 because she is looking at that booty like, what's going on? I enjoy this. And then this girl is laying like heels up. She's going crazy. You see that? One heel here. This is her like, this is her foot right here, and here is her other foot. So she is doing the V. Like, that's crazy, bruh. Showing maybe her V, I don't even know. All the rain of the things, and look at this. I like this balloon because it shows you again that RTX global illumination, and I think they purposely put it in there, but nobody really noticed up until now that I noticed it. And here the brother, full of tattoos, full of wrinkles, just like Lucia. So this guy might be a real player in the game, man. And there is this rumor that this is the third protagonist of GTA 6. And look at all the chains he has, like I said before. And also this guy, look at the detail in his hair, even though it's blurred out because of the focal length of the shot. And also here you can see that the blurring is really done super well. And whatever this is, looks like a guy falling down, some poster, maybe an insurance company or something. But looks great, and there are people like looking at him here. And then this is the beautiful shot with so many details of the city. In my previous video, I went to the map mod that showed where this is compared to all the other places, because another YouTuber, Darkspace, put the Vice City mapping project into Grand Theft Auto 5, and so you can roam around and see what's going on. So if you're interested in that, you can watch that video. But there's just so many boats here, as you already know. So many cool little lights and stuff. It's really lit up. And again, lots of planes, lots of vehicles, and yeah, man. I don't know if we can find anything new here that you haven't known about. But yeah, you have a little tennis court here. You probably knew that, because it's like one of the only things that are super bright in this shot. You can also see these boats like all up until here. You can see the cars all up until here. Like absolutely wild. Absolutely crazy. This game is gonna be insanely fun, man. Just walking around, like, it really deserves to be on the silver screen, man. It's like a movie. Yeah, beautiful. Beautiful. And this is probably the Banshee, because it has this big stripe. And the Banshee is a car that has been in Grand Theft Auto since its inception. So there's always a Banshee in the trailer of Grand Theft Auto. And here it's an Easter egg, but trust me, it'll be shown way more clear later on in this trailer. This is also a famous shot. A lot of famous GTA 6 shots right here. Probably because it's been like 2 calendar years. But you have the cheetah, which the cheetah looks very much like the one from the OG games, like the 3D trilogy. So GTA Vice City, GTA San Andreas, and GTA 3. In GTA 5, they changed the cheetah to look a little bit more like round, I guess. But here, it's going back to that OG look, but in HD 4K 3D Sony RGB. You know, you have the common Easter eggs that everybody's talked about, that this looks like Lance Vance, he has the suit. You have this beautiful little Lamborghini type car. You have this car, I can't remember the name, but all these cars are famous GTA cars. And this car might be the car of Jason and Lucia, but I might be wrong, I don't know. Again, everybody has a different kind of clothing, and man, it's absolutely wild. Now, I want to do a video about live events and concerts and stuff, because I really think that there are gonna be a lot of live events. You see these rumors of DJ Khaled having their own radio station, or Kendrick Lamar having its own radio station. If you go back to Grand Theft Auto 4, there are 3 comedians. Now, just like these people in GTA 4, I think there will be live events that you can only attend once, right? So you have to be there on like Friday 7 o'clock, and all your online friends and the whole lobby will be there. It's like a big club, right? And you can see DJ Khaled perform, like really looking like DJ Khaled, talking like DJ Khaled, being DJ Khaled, right? Same with Kendrick Lamar or T-Pain or whoever. And I think that it's going to extend to comedians. I think it's going to extend maybe to little short films, where maybe, you know, Tarantino will do a little GTA 6 movie of like 10 minutes that people can go watch in the theater. Like, all these things would be so cool to have. This is also one of my favorite shots, man. I got a lot of favorite shots because you can just go and do this stun jump like everybody's already been talking about. Also, everybody's wondering, like, can you go into the big old cargo boats, or is it just these little ones? My question is this right here. I'm not really sure if this is like a jet ski, or is this a surfer? I'm not really sure. I mean, does surfing even look this way? And what is this, right? That's probably a jet ski. I'm not really sure what this is. Does surfing look like this? I don't know. Somebody who surfs, let me know in the comments. You can see all the way back here, there's a random little like jet ski or whatever kind of little boat going on. And man, whoever is flying in this is so lucky that he can see the rest of the map, because I'm so excited for this game. Also, a little cloud here. Maybe somebody doing a little campfire or whatever. Surviving out there, and this cool little blimp as well. And I think in real life this blimp never moves. It's like a kind of museum piece type deal, like art or whatever. I'm not really sure. Let me know. Uh-oh, you all know what this is. And this proves that it's in engine, because this hair could be way more, you know, clean and beautiful. But this is just how it looks in game. Now you gotta understand, this trailer came out a while back, so they probably enhanced it for trailer 2 and obviously for the release of the game. So I'm really excited what it's gonna look like in the end. But you can also see the lighting just changing really accurately on her hair, so that's really nice. In terms of the animation, you can see that, you know, the chains are really physically accurate, which is super nice to see. She also has nice little fingernails, and obviously my thing is that this is Lucia, because that means that you can use lipstick on your character, you can have like foundation makeup on your character, you can change the color of your hair and, you know, change the hair dye. These things are really impressive for a video game, and the customization that you'll be able to do. Beautiful little Vice City sign, and you can see all the imperfections, right? It's really nice. So this is a legendary shot in the trailer as well, not only because it gives us the first like Jeff Bezos, you know, rich guy meme, but also it introduces the social media aspect in Grand Theft Auto 6, which is gonna play a huge role, I think, in online and also in the story modes, as you can see. And there's all sorts of people dancing and having fun, having an absolute blast. This guy, nobody cares about who this guy is, and I think this really is going to show the reality of people with their fake personalities doing anything and everything to get what they want, living a life that's actually pretty shallow, thinking that they live a ginormous, crazy lifestyle. And I think that Grand Theft Auto 6 is really gonna show, just like kind of Grand Theft Auto 5, that being rich and having a lot of stuff and a lot of partying kind of doesn't mean anything. And in GTA 5, obviously, you had Michael, who has, mostly just money. His relationships are very, bad with his wife and his kids, obviously with his best friend Trevor. However, my theory for Grand Theft Auto 6 is that it's gonna focus more on relationships. Not only Jason and Lucia, but also the relationships between, girls like this and a guy like this, who don't care about the guy, they just want to be on this boat, right? And this guy doesn't care about these people, he just wants to show off that he's rich and has a lot of girls, quote unquote. And I think GTA 6 has a really good opportunity to show how shallow relationships are these days. And it's really best to just keep a small group of people that you really care about and make sure that they're okay. Furthermore, you have this, burned skin, which is pretty amazing of a feature. Imagine as Jason, you just walk without a shirt too long into the sun and you see your skin burn. Would be kind of crazy. Also, this guy has the same kind of white grayish hair color, similar to Jason, which is also a common theme. And also this girl has like this stripe in her hair. There's so many details. I really wonder what this stuff is all about, man. It's really curious to me that this keeps coming back, and I don't know what it is. So if you guys know, let me know in the comments. Also, chains, jewelry, and no tattoos in this shot, I think. But there is a foot, so Quentin Tarantino will probably love this shot. Big booty, but it probably cuts off, right? Yeah, unfortunately, huh? Anyway, again, this beautiful social media thing. Now, I wonder if, this is a work in progress, kind of the font and every, design choice might be a work in progress. They might change the way this looks. And I'm not sure if this is gonna be like full screen or, on a computer or whatever, but we'll see. And this shot also shows a lot. So we have the foliage, which is really amazing here. It's also pretty cloudy, with a chance of meatballs. That's a little joke. But you also have this physics. Look, okay, there's a couple of things we need to show here. First of all, the way that this thing bends is really cool in terms of physics. I'm sorry for the compression here. That's mine. That's not you. So also, you have like the splashes of the water going down, and the way that you feel how heavy this creature is, and he's trying to kind of fight against it, right? And the animation of this guy is also super detailed. Look at it. It's really crazy. I don't know, he's in working clothes, right? But with an alligator, shouldn't you have like gear on or whatever? I also just love the colors in this, man. You have green, and then you have like little pinks and red, and of course the blue, and then this is also red, complementary of the green. They really were looking at the color space, and this is probably green-ish. You have some gray in there and a little bit of, I guess, I don't know what this color is. Let me know in the comments, like brownish or something like that. But yeah, there's just something to say about the whole color scheme of everything, man. It's no coincidence. People really thought about this really, really long. So, super nice. My favorite shot, I know that there's been a million favorite shots in this whole thing, but this in slow motion is beautiful. Sorry for the compression again, but look at this. Here we have it. Look at this, and this is gonna be silly for me, but look at the hair. So don't focus on the booty yet. We'll get there, right? We'll get there. But look at this hair going over and under her glasses. And you gotta keep in mind, this is still a work in progress because this trailer came out in 2023. So they will have changed it up and made it better. And you can also see that her hair is interacting very well. You see here the tattoos again. A lot of people have tattoos, and there's tattoos here. Like, a lot of people have tattoos, man. I wonder how much you can customize tattoos. I really wonder. I even think, if you look at this, man, if you're the tattoo artist of this, ooh, crazy. I even think here is a little tattoo on her stomach, on her belly maybe. So that's wild. And I don't know, is this like a forehead? Or I don't know what this tattoo is supposed to be. But yeah, this guy is chilling. And again, beautiful little social media. And also this mirror changes in real life. Now here you see a little bit more of that volumetric fog. You also see, you know, kind of some, I think it's called light refraction or something like that. This little pink, purple-ish thing. You see that these cars have been doing donuts because everything is foggy because of it. Really beautiful. You can see how the light has been improved since GTA 5. You can also see there's little shadows right there in terms of the light. It's super beautiful. Beautiful street colors. Again, color schemes are, you know, on point, really well thought out. And there's, you know, a lot said about this shot as well. You can see that this car gives a little bit of a lens flare as well. Here's a little lens flare. Rockstar loves their lens flare. Maybe it's a lens flare right here. I think it is. And this is a cameraman, and these girls are, you know, dancing up on the roof of that car, which you'll see here. So I think this is the same scene right here. A beautiful continuation thing going on. They all have sunglasses. She has her hair dyed. She has her hair dyed on her right side, which is our left side. And then here on the other side is her original color, I think. And so here this is a live stream. So apparently you can also live stream. And I wonder, you know, how this is gonna work. You know, are you able to live stream in, you know, GTA 6, and what will the comments be like if you just rocket launch like some buddy's car? Like, you'll probably get instant 3 stars or something. Also, look at her side. Not only that she's thick and that here is a beautiful tattoo again, I think. Oh, let's go back. But look at the light on the side. Super clean. Edge light is what it's called, you know. And also look at how crazy this is like a flex for, you know, the light engine, right? Like, and I don't know if this is supposed to be like reflective material. It does not really look like it. I think it's just a bunch of colors. Maybe it is. Let me know what you guys think, what kind of material this is. And also, maybe it's on purpose that this fire emoji is there, but man, you can almost see, you know, some stuff, right? And yeah, they look beautiful. Now, this shot is super amazing. You have an alligator or whatever it is walking inside. You have this guy chilling and looking like what's going on right here, which shows that just like in other GTAs, you know, NPCs are kind of aware of each other, right? And aware of the situation. And yeah, there's not much being said that we don't already know. Like, there's this guy, you know, putting gas in his car. We know this. There's people here doing their thing. It's a camera, you know, that's fine. This is also a great shot. So first of all, there used to be like a theory, maybe it was the 27 theory or something, that, you know, these numbers meant anything. It didn't mean anything. But this is actually the first action shot. There's only like 2 action shots in this trailer, which is why I'm so excited for trailer 2, because we're about to get a lot of explosions and a lot of gunfire, hopefully. If you watch this Grand Theft Auto 6 trailer, the first one, you don't even know that this is an action-packed game. You don't even know you're able to shoot until now. So, first person shot goes in there, you have this dude, and you know, you're raiding some house which looks, you know, very wild, and this looks so realistic, man. Like, this almost looks real to me, you know. It's pretty crazy. Really beautiful shot, and the animation is super cool. I absolutely love it, you know. I really love it. This also shows the RTX, shows that it's able to rain pretty hard in this game. Again, the social medias. One thing I was forgetting to say with this shot. So, one thing that these things have in common is that I think Lucia is going to be able to be a hacker in the game. And she's going to be able to hack into these cameras. So, when you're setting up a heist, you know, you can already look at the place and figure out a plan to go in. Now, also, is this the same scene? Let me, GG, blah, 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 right? Is this a different one? I think it is, because there's no gas station here, right? I don't know. It might be the same one. I don't know. Let me know if you think this is the same kind of thing. Fat Buddy. I hope Lucia and Jason are able to be fat in this game. You know, you can eat a lot and then you'll get fat slowly. Just like in GTA San Andreas. Would be super fun, super amazing. I'm really looking forward to be able to do that if it's possible. Super big ass truck as well. This is beautiful as well. The little tape in the car. You might be able to, you know, purchase and sell cars, but if cars are like bad, like there's tape on it, there will be significantly cheaper of a price. You know, maybe you can even go to literally a guy and sell it second hand, and he will inspect the car and say, well, what about this tape right here? You know, that's gonna take like $2,000 off of the car, you know, or whatever the price. 2,000 is a little bit crazy, but you know what I mean, like maybe 200, right? And you see that if you go to the left, you'll be able to visit the Vice City beaches and the Vice City port and the Vice City Keys. And if you go to the right, you'll be able to go to Kelly County, something like that, or Vice City Airport. So yeah, and there's a difference between Port Vice City, that's where all the cargo boats are, and the airport is obviously where you can fly to another airport, which is cool. I also love these tattoos. There's even colored tattoos right here. And I love this little t-shirt with the alligator. Super fun. Also, there's construction. I wonder if there's gonna be actual construction. And, you know, you might blow up a street or whatever, right? And they will need to reconstruct it. I think that would be super cool. And talking about construction, I would want to be able to create my own interiors and design them, just like in Sims or whatever, which is something that girlies love. So that might be a great feature, to actually build a house. This shot, famous as well, shows off the glittery cars and the extra customization with the Vice vinyl. Again, sorry for the compression. Hopefully it'll be fixed soon. Yep, and you can see the beautiful tattoos again, the mirrors, side mirrors that are really reflecting as well, and the hair going everywhere. This shot shows off a lot of cool stuff. Beautiful little palm trees, and also kind of a vignette showing off maybe filters in, you know, social media. Don't know. This dude having the time of his life. You can see there's this little pool right here. You can see that if he is watering his garden, there's actually going to be water, right? So it's an actual simulation going on. This water is actually emitting water. It's not just some random 2D texture that's going down and then nothing happens. It's actual water physically rendered, and it has impact on the ground and changes the ground. And if Rockstar is even crazier, it'll make it so that the grass will grow higher at that point, or it will kill the grass. I'm not a grass expert. And again, sorry for the compression, but you can see the water hose right here. So it's not just something random that he's holding, it's actually coming from somewhere. And all the foliage, really beautiful looking. These stones, also beautiful. Now this is super cool to see. You know, I love here the monster truck that is flying like wee, and it's a pretty large area, as you can see. There's a lot of people here. There's a truck right there, cool car right there, beautiful little, you know, redneck girl right here. And then here behind this truck you see a guy kind of sliding off. It's really difficult to see at first, but yeah, super cool. Here we have our Karen. Nothing really special about this one, except memes. That's kind of the only thing. Beautiful little dress right here, or pajama, whatever you want to call it. Also love the shoes, or what, sandals, whatever you want to call it. On brand for a Karen, right? And she might even have her hair dyed. That's crazy too. A lot of details in these characters, man. Now here we get a night shot. We see all sorts of girls also in their, you know, I don't want to call it clothes because there's not a lot of clothes, but she doesn't have pants on. She doesn't have pants on, or a shirt or whatever. And they're just having a blast here. Drunk as hell. Boom, there goes all the drinks, man. What a shame. What a shame. Now nobody can get more drunk unless there's more drinks. Now here, obviously, you know that it cures emotions. Little lens flare. You see the veins up on his, you know, hands and arms. And you see that there's like a mall. I think it's right here. And Jason and Lucia obviously are running from the cops. And this shows that if, you know, the car is not identified yet, then the police will just drive smoothly by. And it's just smooth sailing, man. If they know the car you're in trouble, because you need to either get a new car or, you know, get away as fast as possible. But yeah, Jason seems a little nervous, which, yeah, obviously you want to be either nervous or concentrated, right? Lucia also looks at the cops and thinks, well, I got the money. And she doesn't even get a lot of money, right? This is like $20, probably. This is like $200 maybe. So I don't know, but her face looks very cool. This is the second action shot I was talking about, which is the car upside down. It's not really an action shot, it's after the action, but you can see how everything is bent and everything. There's a lot of like details right here, so I really wonder how much detail there's gonna be and what these things are, you know? I also love this car with like tires on it. The driver must probably be tired of driving that. And they're trying to get the guy out. Here, the famous GTA, we gotta talk kind of guy. The beautiful meme. And yeah, Spanish news. Nice to see that. It's beautiful. Nothing really to say on this shot. Now in this shot, you can see again the variety of car customization, or like, you know, bike and mini bike customization. And I think that this is Lucia, maybe. I'm not really sure, right? Maybe that's why she's into prison. But yeah, really beautiful. Again, this construction sign, and I think there here is the Banshee I was talking about probably like an hour ago. Here's the Banshee. So yeah, famous car in every GTA trailer. Look it up. It's fun. This guy, I kind of like this guy. You know, it's kind of the vinyl music scene, I think. He has like a Black Ops, Call of Duty thing. And I think Jimmy from GTA 5 played this game, or maybe a previous installment of the game in that universe, right? But yeah, also he has tattoos, and he's just chilling, and he's acknowledging the camera, which is also like a new thing. And here they are with Jason having money in his hand. Look at all the details of the bottles. Really beautiful. And the animation is also so cool. And they're walking in like a I'm a tough guy type of way, right? Really nice. Really nice. Then here you have some driving physics, like a little glimpse of it. Of the driving physics. Looking super nice. She's holding, you know, the outside of the car. Badass as always. Yeah, Lucia's gonna be a baddie, man. And Jason is gonna probably be a super cool character as well. Love to see what he's all about. And he loves drifting his car. And boom. Trust. And you can see all like the details in her lips, and you know, ponytail, little lens flare right here, really cinematic. And you can even see her earrings kind of changing because of, you know, physics. There's the money right there. And Jason is like, yeah, man, I trust you. He has a lot of details. Look at how he has this, I guess, scar, or things just don't grow right there. He has this hole of his earring, right? So he used to wear an earring or whatever. You see a little bit of a lens flare right here. You know, Lucia is wearing like a wristband or wrist, I don't know how you call it. He even has these little lines on his forehead. I don't know what it's called, but yeah, he's really lucky to be in this situation, man. And then we slowly go into the last shot of this beautiful trailer. The last shot before trailer 2. Them walking in like badasses. And it's almost like a painting if you look at it. It looks really nice, man. Also a lot of fog in there. You know, RockstarGames loves their fog. There wasn't, you know, much fog in GTA 5 and GTA 4. The original 3D trilogy did have like a draw distance, like a render distance that was pretty... you couldn't really see that far, but I think that Rockstar really loves their fog, so they hide it intentionally with fog. And you can see that makes everything look very cinematic, but obviously this shot is all about Jason and Lucia going in, robbing the bank, petty forever, which is a reference to the music in the trailer that you obviously will not be able to hear because of copyrights. But yeah, man, really nice. Love this trailer. Cannot wait for this game. GTA 6 coming, you know, 2025. Guys, I hope you enjoyed this super long video. I certainly did, and I cannot wait for like next month to see trailer 2. Hopefully it'll come out by then, probably in the beginning of May, something like that. I hope you enjoyed. Thank you for watching. Bye.